Ассалаумағалейкум, құрметті ханымдар мен мырзалар, құрметті съезд қатысушылары.
Уважаемые дамы и господа.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, all the participants of the VII Congress of Oncologists and Radiologists from the Commonwealth of Independent States. Welcome.
We greet you at the 7th Congress of CIS Oncologists and the Radiologists. Please welcome.
Бүгінгі думандыда дүбірлі мерекелерімізге, баршаларыңызға үлкен құрмет, қошеметпен қарсы аламыз. Қош келдіңіздер.
From all CIS countries, under the aegis of the association, 6 congresses of oncologists and radiologists, CIS countries were conducted. Those congresses allowed to strengthen and reinstate the professional and friendly relations. Today is the 7th Congress hosted by Astana, the symbol of success and victory of Kazakhstan. In his State of the Nation address, the President of Kazakhstan, Nursultan Nazarbayev, leader of nation, stated the quality of growth of human capital in Kazakhstan has to be secured by education and healthcare service. Today, the incidence rates from and oncological morbidity have to be reduced. This is a huge milestone for development of oncology in our countries. Now I would like to invite the following people to the podium. Minister of Health of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Madam Kairbekova. Deputy Chairman of the Executive Committee of the CIS, Mr. Buzubayev. A member of the Parliament of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Chairman of the Social and Cultural Development Committee within the Parliament, Madam Dariga Nazarbayeva. President of the Association of the Oncological Centers from CIS member states, Director of the Russian Radiological Scientific Center, Professor Davidov. President of the International Cancer Control Union, Francesco Cavalli. Academician of Russian Academy of Medical Sciences, Professor Telman Mikhail Zraevich. I would also like to invite the Vice Minister of Health, Mr. Байжумусов. To read out the welcome speech, welcome message to the participants of the 7th Congress from the President Nazarbayev, I would like to give the floor to the Minister of Health of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Madam Kairbekova. To the delegates of the Congress of Oncologists and Radiologists of CIS countries, I would like to welcome you at this 7th Congress. The Congress of Oncologists and Radiologists is hosted for the first time in Kazakhstan, and protection of health of the people and provision of international standard quality of health service is a priority for the Kazakhstan's government. The program adopted for 2012 through 2016 reflects our country's commitment to solve one of the most priority problems and challenges of our humankind, that is, cancer control. For that, the 7th Congress will create the exchange of knowledge and experience. This Congress is particularly valuable. It hosts more than 1,500 oncologists and scientists from all over the world working in one of the most complex areas of medicine. I'm convinced that during the Congress we will enjoy constructive dialogue and will come up with concrete solution to fight cancer. I would like to wish all the success to participants of the Congress. President Nursultan Nazarbayev. Dear participants of the Congress, on behalf of the Ministry of Health, I would also like to welcome the delegates of the Congress of Oncologists and Radiologists in the capital of our country, the city of our president, which symbolizes friendship and accord. In the last 20 years, the financing of medicine increased tenfold. The resources flow into the industry. In the last 3 years, the budget allocations were tripled to provide free chemotherapy medications to cancer patients. Kazakhstan signed the Parisian Charter to fight cancer. The government developed the program for oncological help for 2012 through 2016. The main purpose of this program is to increase the life expectancy and quality of life of Kazakhstani population by reduction the number of deaths from cancer. In the course of the program, we will establish the modern oncological service that will be based on early detection, radical therapy, and rehabilitation. Besides that, at the instruction of the head of state, we will build the National Scientific Oncological Center, which will concentrate all of the most advanced technologies and the results of scientific developments. The new register of cancer patients was implemented. We use the IT technologies. Today, about 200 medical institutions, starting from the Rayon level hospital up to the Republican level scientific center, are covered by one network. Dear participants of the Congress, today, telecommunications play an important role in any industry, including healthcare. The next step in facing the challenge of cancer control could be the association and linkages between the medical institutions of CIS countries into one network. Oncologists should have the opportunity to communicate 24/7, and that problem will be solved by the oncological network. It will promote exchange of knowledge and experience between CIS and international oncologists. I'm sure you will agree with me that thousands and thousands of cancer patients will benefit from this sharing of knowledge and experience. I'm sure the successful work of this Congress and future cooperation will improve the oncological situation in CIS countries, as well as will contribute to better living standard of all citizens in CIS countries. I would like to wish you all the success in your endeavors. Thank you for your attention. Now, I would like to give the floor to the Member of the Parliament of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Chairman of the Committee on Social and Cultural Development, Madam Nazarbayeva. Dear distinguished delegates and guests of this high-level meeting, I would like to welcome you in our beautiful capital city of Astana. I would like to congratulate you with the launch of the 7th Congress of Radiologists and Oncologists of CIS countries. The statistic shows that malignant neoplasms are third among the leaders in terms of death toll. According to the WHO, by 2030, the number of detected cancers will double, and the total number of cancer patients will triple. Mostly that will be contributed by the developing nations. Per annum, more than 12 million cancers are detected. worldwide. Our statistics in Kazakhstan is also very sad. In the structure of morbidity, we have the leader. The leaders are melanoma and lungs cancer. Only half of the cancer patients survive 5 years. Every year, 100 to 130 children are diagnosed with leukemia. Today, in our oncological centers, we have more than 1,000 children registered. In mass media, we often see the articles about the epidemics of cancer. I'm sure it's more emotional statement. People didn't start to have more cancers. It is the detection that works better. Cancer causes huge wave of emotions. First of all, fear and helplessness. I'm convinced that we talk too little about cancers and oncology. The most widespread problem right now is the lack of system and lack of systematic detection and unawareness. People aren't aware about oncological diseases. They know nothing about the most advanced methods of combined treatment. We talk too little about the medicine's progress in the field of cancer control. 10 years ago, only 3 out of 10 cancer patients survived, but today, thanks to the new methodologies, the proportion changed completely. We need to make sure today that everyone should know cancer is not a death sentence. It's a diagnosis, and this disease can be controlled. I'm convinced that only systemic actions of both the government and medical community and people at large will help to overcome this problem. From the bottom of my heart, I would like to thank all of you for your efforts in preserving people's lives, for your fight with this terrible disease. I would like to wish the Congress all the success and new developments in this field. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much. There is a big event today that is conducted in Kazakhstan, an online open lecture conducted by Mr. Nazarbayev. We would like to thank Madam Kairbekova and Madam Nazarbayeva for their opening remarks. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the great hearts that you have. Now Madam Kairbekova and Madam Nazarbayeva have to leave. The floor goes to Deputy Chairman of the Executive Committee of the CIS for opening remarks. Mr. Buzubayev, the floor is yours. Distinguished delegates and participants of the 7th Congress of Oncologists and Radiologists from CIS countries, I would like to heartily welcome everyone here. I would like to express deep gratitude to President of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Nursultan Nazarbayev, to the government of the Republic of Kazakhstan, to the relevant state bodies for creation of the best conditions for the Congress. The experience shows many methods of diagnosis and treatment of cancer discussed during the previous Congresses and recommended for practical implementation proved effective and are widely used today in various medical institutions and oncological centers of the CIS member states. We especially appreciate the work of the Association of the Directors of Radiological and Oncological Centers that strengthens networking and ensures communication between the specialists in CIS countries. The results of the 7th Congress, that is attended by the lead specialists and lead scientists in the area of radiology and oncology, will give a great impetus to international cooperation in cancer control effort. It will be a huge milestone for the scientific development in this field. I would like to wish all the guests all the success in their work. The chairman of the executive committee, Mr. Lebedev. Now, for the opening remark, I would like to give the floor to the head of the Association of Directors of Oncological and Radiological Centers, the head of Russian Oncological Center, academician of the Russian Academy of Science and Russian Academy of Medical Science, Mr. Davudov. Dear colleagues, dear friends, today we are taking part in the 7th Congress of the Radiologists and Oncologists of the CIS countries. From a meeting to meeting, our congresses change. The initial congresses were more of informative nature. We wanted to spread the awareness of the new developments among all of the regions. Today, the congresses provide the platform for discussions and presentation of various new technologies. From the very first minutes of our arrival to Kazakhstan and from the very first minutes of enjoying the embrace of our friends, we understand that Kazakhstan has always been a place where science was at a very high level. Remember Professor Musulmanbekov, Bisatov, they are classics of Russian and Soviet oncology. The Congress is also attended by our outstanding surgery, Mr. Perelman, the classic of thoracic surgery. He is a great pedagogue and a great thinker who brings new and progressive information to everyone. Kazakhstan is famed not only by its scientific tradition but also by friendship. The 7th Congress pursues the objective not only of sharing knowledge but to strengthen our friendship. Today, the Congress of Oncologists is more than just a networking meeting of oncologists. It's an international Eurasian Congress attended by representatives and delegates from over 40 nations of the world. And these delegates are the leaders in their fields. I would like to tell our friends from the foreign nations, I would like to thank you for taking part in the Congress. Your participation is very valuable. I would like to wish you all the success. Kazakhstan, as a host, is a role model for other CIS countries from the perspective of the social processes. Kazakhstan is a role model in terms of focusing on population's health. The screening program is developed. The head of state, Nursultan Nazarbayev, today mentioned the importance of development of oncology. Kazakhstan is a republic in which people go hand in hand with the government in solving common problems. We are very happy to see that. This atmosphere of friendliness and the government support to the Congress is a guarantor for the success of the Congress's work. I would like to wish you, my dear colleagues, to get everything from this Congress. As for us, we will create all the necessary conditions to make sure that the information you will get will be valuable and useful in your future work. Thank you. I would like to give the floor to the President of the International Union on Cancer Control, Mr. Francesco Cavalli, for opening remarks.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a big pleasure for me to be for the second time in my life in Kazakhstan. The first time I was in Almaty, where the landscape is much more similar to the one of Switzerland from where I come than here, but it is a big pleasure to discover this new capital, Astana means the capital, and to see how this new city is now blossoming. Well, I'm glad to represent here both the European School of Oncology and the International Union for Cancer Control, UICC. The European School of Oncology is developing two important projects in the field of early detection here in Kazakhstan, one dealing with breast cancer and the second one dealing with colorectal cancer, both tumors which are very high incidence in this region. The two projects are going well. We are glad about the development of these projects, but moreover, we believe that by carrying out these projects here, we might learn a lot and be able later on perhaps to extend these projects to other countries in this part of the world. For the UICC, for the International Union for Cancer Control, this is a very important part of the world, since it represents a kind of a bridge between Europe and the Far East, and also because it gives us the possibility to learn a lot about changes in the epidemiology of cancer, since the epidemiology is very different in various parts of the world, as I will try to present this afternoon in my first lecture. So we intend in the next year to concentrate a lot more of our efforts into this region, because we know that cancer is becoming an important problem, as everywhere in low and middle income countries, cancer is becoming surely the problem number one in health, and so it is very important that we all learn from each other how to tackle this problem. Well, let me also wish to you a very successful Congress, and personally I hope that I will soon be able to come back for a third time, perhaps discovering another part of Kazakhstan, or perhaps even better, to discover other countries in this part of the CIS region. Thank you very much.
Welcoming address will be presented by His Excellency Ambassador of the French Republic in Kazakhstan, Monsieur Jean-Charles Chardonnay.
Dear participants, I have been asked to say a few words instead of Professor Egermont, who is now blocked in the Frankfurt airport. Of course, I am not an expert on oncology, but I am pleased to wish to the 7th Congress of CIS oncologists and radiologists fruitful exchanges. The Institut Gustave Roussy is cooperating for several years with its partners in Kazakhstan. We are very glad to support this cooperation, and you can be assured that we will continue to do so in the future. I know that the fight against cancer is a top priority of the Kazakhstan's authorities, as was confirmed in the message of President Nazarbayev. This disease is also considered as enemy number 1 in France, and our surgeons, our scientists have achieved impressive results. But we do not pretend to be alone in this field, and I think this kind of meeting is useful to all participants. So let me once again wish full success to this Congress during the next 3 days. Thank you for your attention. Спасибо за внимание.
Для церемонии награждения
For the awards ceremony, with the commemorative pin for the development of healthcare of Kazakhstan, I would like to invite to the podium Vice Minister Bajinusov of the Ministry of Health of Kazakhstan. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, please, for the development of healthcare in Kazakhstan. This commemorative pin goes to the member of the Russian Academy of Sciences and Russian Academy of Medical Sciences, Professor Mikhail Davidov, Russia. A round of applause for Professor Davidov, ladies and gentlemen, please. Dear colleagues, please allow me to express my gratitude to the healthcare leaders of the Republic of Kazakhstan and to the government of Kazakhstan for this. That is very unexpected, and as far as I understand, that the highest medal that is awarded for healthcare development in Kazakhstan. So I guess I have contributed to this, but mostly it's really an advance payment for my future efforts towards the development of healthcare in this country. And I am hopeful that the development of my cooperation with my colleagues in Kazakhstan will continue to go from strength to strength. For contribution to the development of healthcare of Kazakhstan, member of the Russian Academy of Sciences and Russian Academy of Medical Sciences, Professor Avgust Garin is awarded this commemorative medal. Congratulations to Mr. Gary and Professor Gary, and your applause, please. A round of applause. For contribution to the development of healthcare of Kazakhstan, this commemorative medal goes to Professor Semiglazov, member of the Russian Academy of Medical Sciences. Thank you very much. For contribution to the development of healthcare in Kazakhstan, this commemorative medal goes to the President of the International Cancer Control Union, Professor Francesca Cavalli, Italy. for contribution to the development of healthcare of Kazakhstan. This commemorative medal goes to Chargé d'Affaires of the French Republic in the Republic of Kazakhstan, Monsieur Jean-Charles Bertonnet. Our congratulations, thank you very much. Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, with your permission, I would like to officially open the 7th Congress of CIS Oncologists and Radiologists. And I would like to wish all of you, ladies and gentlemen, robust health and fruitful cooperation. Dear colleagues, we will begin this session now, and our first speaker will be Mr. August Garin. His presentation is entitled Real Achievements in the Drug Therapy of Malignant Tumors. Mr. Garin, please. Dear Mikhail Israelovich, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, first slide please. Next. In May of 2012, we commemorated the 100th anniversary of Alexander Blokhin, who is the founder of Russia's modern oncological school and one of the leading lights of medicine and healthcare. He was the first director of the experimental pathology and therapy of cancer that was set up in 1932. And that institute then gave birth to the Oncology Center of the Russian Academy of Medical Sciences. At the age of 40, Nikolai Blokhin began to work on oncology, and previously he was an orthopedic surgeon. From his first days in oncology, he began to work on the theory of malignant tumors. Being an excellent surgeon, Mikhail Blokhin understood that using the scalpel, one could solve the problem of cancer and survivability of cancer at early stages. One of the directions that he began to develop in the former Soviet Union was the drug therapy of cancer. Leonid Larionov, member of the Russian Academy of Medical Sciences, he was head of the oncological experimental laboratory, and he studied extensively different potential drug therapy and drug therapy protocols. Mr. Larionov was the author of the first textbook in the world on chemotherapy, cancer chemotherapy. In 1952 and 1954, cancer drug therapy was only 4 or 5 years old, and what was available was Mustargen and other drugs. Next, Nikolai Blokhin and Leonid Larionov signed research agreements with dozens of laboratories and research centers. They organized an empiric screening of new potential drugs for the antineoplastic activities. And they created such drugs as Escalizine, Dapan, and Bichin. On this picture is a group of experimental drug therapy trailblazers in the former Soviet Union. On the right, Professor Chernov. Next is Zoya Sofina. Professor Philip from Leningrad, Professor Bulkina from Kiev, Maria Preobrazhenskaya, who later became director of the Antibiotics Institute. On this picture, you see the first clinicians who were in charge of trials for drug therapy. Natalia Переводчикова, who is still on the payroll of our center. Nadezhda Blahina, she's third from the right. Елизавета Круглова, Olga Svetukhina, on this picture you can see the first head of the first chemotherapy department of our Cancer Research Center, Professor Astrakhan. He was one of my teachers, and he was my thesis advisor for my Doctor of Science degree, together with Nikolai Blakhin. On this diagram, which I took from a book that hasn't been published yet, but it's available on the internet. This diagram shows you the history of cancer drug therapy. First stage is called empiric, and that took place in the 40s and the 50s, and that included monotherapy of individual types of cancer. The first stage, rational, and that ushered in an era of biological explanations of physiological events. That was in the 50s or in the 60s. That introduced polychemotherapy, adjuvant therapy, neoadjuvant therapy. The third stage is logical, and this is the era of rational empiricism, such as high dosage therapy, bone marrow transplantation, dose concentration conception. That is 1980s, 1995. And from 1995, that is the era of target therapy. Now we have molecular targets, proteins that are involved in cancerogenesis. The classical chemotherapeutic drugs in English are called conventional. Sometimes they can lead to enzyme disorders, and in the international arsenal there are more than 70 of such drugs. Also, the endocrine portion of cancer drug therapy includes aromatase inhibitors, and of that we have 23 different drugs. So, growth factors, signal transductions, gene transcription control, apoptosis, inhibition of angiogenesis, inhibition of other physiological processes. These are target drugs, and they can increase survivability of lymphomas, colorectal cancer, breast cancer, hepatocellular cancer, gastrointestinal cancer, and other types of cancer. Malignant tumors that are treatable with chemotherapy. That is choriocarcinoma of the uterus, Hodgkin's lymphoma, acute polymetastatic lymphosis, diffuse lymphoma, hairy cell cancer. Potentially treatable. MUMS, Ewing sarcoma, breast cancer, small cell lung cancer, ovarian cancer, thymoma, without localized treatment, acute lymphoblastic leukosis, acute myeloblastic leukemia. Next. During preparation of this presentation, I used information on population morbidity, mortality, and survivability in a country that spends the most money on research and healthcare, and that country is the United States of America.
The population's survival in the United States is much ahead of the European Union in 13 out of 46 cancers. In prostate cancer, it's 28% higher. In the bladder cancer, 17%. Thyroid cancer, 16%. Better than in Europe. A wonderful old man that I met in Boston in 1964, Sydney Farmer, noted that folic acid improves the leukemia in children. He suggested to develop antifola, and in the first patient in 1947, the partial remission was achieved. In the report of the same year, it was mentioned the results of treatment of 10 children were mentioned, and for each of the child, remission was 4 months long. Currently, in the international arsenal in treatment of acute leukemia, Hodgkin and non-Hodgkin lymphoma, we have 15 targeted and biological drugs: tretinain, rituximab, denosumab, alentazumab, artazamib, and others. In this slide, you can see the progress achieved in the United States. That's the 5-year survival of acute leukemia patients in the last 30 years. 35% up to 55% in 2007. That was the 5-year survival with all types of leukemia. Next. In this slide, you can see the 5-year survival in the same country, in the United States, of patients with different types of lymphomas. You can also see that in the 25 years period, the 5-year survival went from 46% to 68%. Next slide, please. In this slide, I show the survival of children in the United States in 1970s and 2006. You can see the comparison. For all tumors, I remember the days when child survival lasted 2 years. But in this period of time, in 82% of cases, children recover fully. From neuroblastoma, 76%. In soft tissue sarcoma, 71%. Brain tumors, 74% recovery. Next, in this slide, you can see the huge success in testicular tumor recovery and treatment. Currently, 86% of patients survive, including those with metastasis. Next. In metastatic forms of urine-carcinoma of uterus, the surgeries are done very rarely. Pregnancy is allowed a year after the course of chemotherapy. Body organ preservation therapy, cisplatin, full remission in 60% in 60% of patients, and preservation of pharynx in 73% of cases. Bladder cancer, TUR plus chemotherapy or gemcitabine plus cisplatin plus beam therapy, 44 grade. 5-year survival, 55%. Bladder preservation in 40%. Anal cancer, the intraepidermal carcinoma, 5-year survival in T1 80%, in T2 70%, in T3 54 to 75%. In 2 to 8% of cases, surgery is not conducted. Osteosarcoma, 20-year with neoadjuvant therapy. Next slide, please. Neoadjuvant plus surgery, 5-year survival rate is 60 to 70%. The organ preservation in necrosis, in the case of necrosis, 50 to 60% of patients survive. Next slide, please. This slide I got from the conference, from the International Conference on Breast Cancer. Currently, there are 10 phenotypes of breast cancer. It's not one disease. It has 10 variations. In this slide, you can see the frequency of breast cancer diagnosis in different countries without involvement of regional lymphatic nodes. In Russia, the situation is worse than in Germany, in France, Australia, but better than in South Africa. In South Africa, I mentioned 10 phenotypes of breast cancer. The worst is the triple negative type. In this, you see that the median time for long-term metastasis to mortality, to the lethal, so the median of survival is 9 months. Other 9 types of breast cancer, in the median survival time is 22 months. A new problem we are facing right now. The chemotherapy medications have to be developed for different types of breast cancer. From my presentation, I took one slide. So, breast cancers aren't even treated the same. Different types of medications are used. These are the small steps. In more than 30 years in the US, the 5-year survival from lung cancer went up only by 4%, from 12 to 16%. And this is not very good. Next slide. Survival median in this slide shows that after the first line of chemotherapy, in small cell lung cancer is 9 to 10 months, in neck and head cancer 3 years. 45 to 55% of patients survive 3 years. In intraepidermal carcinoma, 35% survive. In rectal cancer, 17 to 24 months. In gastric carcinoma, 18 months. In pancreatic cancer, the survival time is the shortest. In ovary cancer, it's 48 months. Next slide, please. In this slide, you can see the progress in colorectal cancer. In 1975, the 5-year survival rate was 50%. In 2007, it reached 65%. That's a substantial increase. The variety of drugs were increased as well. Right next to it, you can see the data on pancreatic cancer. The curve is really isn't looking good. It used to be 25%, now it's only 5%, despite the huge, great surgeries on pancreas. Only 20% of patients are operated. These are the population distributed data. Next slide. Look at this curve. It shows the victories and the huge wins in prostate cancer therapy. We have both surgery, beam therapy, hormone therapy. These patients live long. Next slide, please. In this slide, I'm showing the curve of 5-year survival from all types of cancers in the United States. This is a fact. Currently, in the United States of America, 67% of cancer patients survive. They survive for at least 5 years. Next slide, please. Oncological diseases are a global challenge for the healthcare system. International Cancer Control Committee, it was calculated that by 2050, 27 million new cases of cancer will be registered, and 17 million and a half men and women will die because of cancer. So we still have a huge challenge that we need to tackle. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. The next speaker, academician of the Russian Academy of Medical Sciences, Professor Перельман Mikhail Israelevich. Good morning. It's my pleasure to thank the Congress of Oncologists and Radiologists for inviting me to attend the Congress conducted in the beautiful new city of Astana and to make a presentation that is linked not only with oncology, but it has to do with our health care system at large. The thing is that we all hear about the need to standardize our field as if it is really necessary. But today it's important and it's interesting to go into detail in this. If we look at the history of standardization in the country, in the former Soviet Union, in Russia, then this history dates back to old Tsars such as Ivan the Terrible, Peter I, who focused mostly on army issues and on arms. Therefore, the first standard in Russia that we can see from history is the standardization of the diameter of a cannonball. Without such standardization, the cannons couldn't be recharged. Later, everything else happened. That all the rest of the events you can see on the slide. It's important to say that in 1925, we had the Soviet Union standard. Then, before the Great Patriotic War, we saw the rise of the national Soviet Union standard. And quite recently, in 2002, we had to adopt the law on technical regulation because it was necessary to exceed the World Trade Organization. Standards have always been linked with quality. And by and large, the standards were necessary to measure the quality of the product. A famous philosopher Ivan Ilyin talks about that. You can see the citation from Ilyin's work. We didn't know this philosopher very well. The philosophic works of Ilyin were revealed recently by director Mikhalkov, who produced a very instructive documentary about Ilyin. Starting from 1998, the program of development of standardization in healthcare started. It started with Tatiana Borisovna Dmitrieva, then Minister of Health of Russian Federation, who together with the insurance fund and Gos Standard started this work. She started with a very important program of standardization in public health. It's very important to stress the word public health. You see it capitalized on this slide. After public health, standardization in medical industry at large started. What in medical industry has to be standardized? A lot, but not as much as many believe. This much is shown on this screen again. It is evident, and I'm sure everyone will concur, that it's important to standardize the technical equipment. It's necessary to standardize drugs and metrology. The terminology has to be standardized as well. There should be model documentation, different abbreviations, and standards should be available in the medical work safety. There are many different standards in medical field. Standards has existed for ages. In hospitals, in clinics, in polyclinics, even in smaller healthcare institutions, there used to be rules and requirements that are in fact standards, but limited standards. In broader understanding, there are international standards, federal, territorial standards, the institutional standards, there are also standards of medical associations. So there used to be, there are, and there will be many standards in medical field. All of that is done to improve the quality of healthcare. However, it's not that easy to standardize the quality in healthcare. It's not easy to standardize such things as scientific advancement. We can't standardize the system and organization of public health in the whole world. We can't standardize the ability of each institution and the capacity of each institution and each individual doctor. And it's completely impossible to standardize, and it's very difficult to evaluate and quantitatively measure such crucial indicators in our field as patient care, which in some cases is decisive in the final outcome of therapy. It's impossible to standardize the deontological component of our work, which is about the style of work, communication with our patients and the patients' families.
Recently, as everyone knows, attention to tourist standardization has increased, and now also there are requirements and wishes to standardize diagnostics and treatment as well. To extend standardization towards these two. Why is this happening? First and foremost, we can't really forget that medicine has become commercialized to a great extent, and as a result, relationships between doctor and patient have changed. This kind of avuncular attitude of goodwill that used to exist between doctor and patient have been replaced by a money-centric approach. Money has changed the nature of that relationship beyond any recognition. And now, if you are to read our papers, if you are to watch our newscasts on TV, then that will give you ammunition to believe that the relationship between doctor and patient is now transformed into a seller-consumer relationship. And as a result, now money has become king, bottom line is important, and as a result, control and legal protection for both sides, they have become also important. Potentially, for medicine as a whole, this is a bad development, but we cannot move away from that. We cannot do anything about this trend. But of course, it goes without saying that you cannot reduce a hospital or an ambulatory care center to a dry cleaners or to a hair salon, or to any other establishment that works under the seller-consumer paradigm. So let's take a look at what took place in ancient times. Paracelsus, the famous physician of yore, he believed that medicine was an art. He didn't believe medicine to be a science, but nevertheless he authored a lot of smart ideas, and he said that of course experience and the experience of and knowledge of others could be beneficially to a physician, but all the knowledge in the world could never make one a physician without being born a doctor. If you are not born a doctor, then no knowledge in the world can make you one. That's an excellent statement, but which is not being entertained right now, because when we look at medical school admissions, and medical schools accept on the basis on the back of a standardized exam, without even interviews in most cases, how can you make sure that this young person is born to be a doctor before you accept them into medical school? Because truth be told, medicine is both a science and an art, because it is self-evident that knowledge, ability, and experience, all of them are important, but a good physician is unthinkable without creativity, without common sense. I would say that the president of our Congress, Dr. Davidov, is really an epitome of a good balance between art and science. He is a known authority when it comes to medical science, but he is also artisanal. He is an artist, an artiste, when it comes to the medical science. And this kind of balance is what ideally we should expect from a good doctor nowadays. In ancient times, they used to say that you need to treat the patient and not the disease. And on this slide, you can see that this expression was authored by Hippocrates. But actually, if you go down to it, you will learn that somebody else had said that before Hippocrates. But nevertheless, let's come back to our own time. The 20th century was the century of physics, as everybody knows and recognizes. This century, the 21st century, is a century of biology, indisputably. When it comes to biology, the Soviet Union really suffered in the middle of the 20th century, when under Stalin and under Khrushchev, biology was destroyed for all intents and purposes. Because biology wasn't deemed communist enough, and especially such branches of biology as genetics suffered a lot. And it was at that time when the so-called Michurin school of biology became preeminent, came to the fore, to the detriment of genetics. But science always prevails at the end of the day. And it did. And this effect was largely brought about by a genome project that began at the close of the 20th century. That genome project consumed about $3 billion worth of investment, but as a result, now we have deciphered human genome. And on this screen, you see the first two people whose genomes have been published publicly. And this is a very interesting slide, because from that point of view, President Obama has shown excellent prescience, because even before being elected President of the United States, as it's shown here, when he was senator, Democratic senator from Illinois, he was a junior Democratic senator from Illinois. Even at that time, he sponsored a bill on human genome. At that time, it was a revolutionary idea that transformed the research and scientific landscape and advanced our science forward by leaps and bounds. And that bill really showed the importance of genome to the medical profession and healthcare outcomes. And this quote belongs to the Secretary of Health and Human Services. That was set in 2011, last year. And he said that in following years, new knowledge based on IT and genetics might form the foundation of a quantitatively new medicine for Americans, i.e. personalized medicine. As a matter of fact, a long time ago, it became clear that we needed personalized or individualized medicine, call it what you may. In Russian, also we have a variety of terms for that, but it would be best to use the same terminology and to zero in on the same terminology for all concerned. So let's call it personalized medicine. And immediately, when people understood the different blood types, when people started to do organ transplants and bone marrow transplants, and because of graft versus host disease, in those cases, people understood that people were different. But now our knowledge allows us to carry out genetic tests. And this means that every human being at birth can get a genetic ID, a genetic profile. And medicine has developed to such a degree that now we can identify different biomarkers. Now we can also set up different blood biobanks or tissue biobanks. We also can now develop forecasting medicine. We can approach in a different way risk groups for all the diseases really, and we can now approach in a new way personalized, individualized prevention. That is really revolutionary, and we are on the cusp of that revolution at this juncture. And of course, molecular diagnostics now is becoming more and more to the fore, especially because of all the reasons that are listed on this slide. And of course, what is very progressive in this is now in Russia we have an Institute of Molecular Diagnostics, and now also we have a monthly publication called Molecular Medicine. The importance of molecular diagnostics medicine is emphasized by this, and actually by happenstance I found in a publication that at the famous Karolinska Institute in Sweden there is now a standalone specialized department, and that department is the Department of Molecular Medicine and Surgery. That's a first in the world. Nowhere before was the word molecular used in the name of a hospital department, and now it's become a reality. Now let's take a look at what's going on around the world. In 2005, at the Davos International Economic Forum, and you can say that medicine and economics are two different things, but at that economic forum, there was a workshop on personalized medicine, and that workshop was attended by the leading medical superpowers. The Ministry of Health, the Department of Health and Human Services of the United States of America received a specific mandate to develop personalized approaches to healthcare on the basis of genome knowledge and on the back of the potential of modern IT technologies. Plus, at the famous DeBakey Surgical Center in Houston, Texas, United States, in 2008 and 2010, that institute hosted a specialized, big, humongous oncological symposia devoted to personalized medicine. And here we come to the great dilemma on the points of which we are at right now in the 21st century. So let's just think about it. We have deciphered human genome. It's been proven that everybody is different except for from identical twins. Non-identical twins, paternal twins, are also different. So everybody is different. Everybody is absolutely unique. But at the same time, we need to standardize both diagnostics and treatment. Because of that, as a corollary of that standardization must be treated the same way. This is absurd. That is really a dilemma, and we need to be cognizant of that dilemma as clinicians. By the way, in our country, we have always had smart people, a big bunch of very smart people. And in 1971, in the system of our Academy of Sciences, an institute was created for biological molecules, or biologically active molecules. And that institute back then actually developed all the theories necessary for personalized medicine. That institute in 1971 was headed by Professor Perudyan, member of the Academy of Sciences. But again, as was commonplace in Soviet times, that institute and that direction of science was deemed ideologically unacceptable. It was decimated, and unfortunately that institute perished. At the same time, in the United States of America, personalized medicine was developing by leaps and bounds. And that is a picture of what you can already find on the walls of the Baylor College of Medicine. At its oncological center, and how personalized medicine is now being approached by the leading centers and universities in the world. Now it's important to carry out pharmacogenetic tests as well. The thing is that everybody is unique enzymatically as well. Everybody reacts differently to the same therapeutic agents, to the same dosages of therapeutic agents. And in order to determine what personally every single patient requires, what dosages every single patient requires, it is paramount now to carry out pharmacogenetic tests. To that effect, a lot has been done and is being done, and that is a branch of science that should be developing also very intensively. When it comes to healthcare standardization, a big role was played by the standing order of the Ministry of Health and the board of the Federal Medical Insurance Fund, signed by Dmitry Yevlishev. That was in 1998, and pursuant to that standing order, we started sometimes excessively, sometimes actually dangerously approach standardization. Actually, for a long time, I used to work for somebody whom everybody knows here, Professor Petrovsky, and he used to say, actually, that's a very famous expression. He used to say, if, God forbid, I become sick, don't treat me under a medical protocol. And another man that everybody also knows, Professor Mishalkin, he also once said a smart thing. He said the standards are necessary are only for those doctors who don't want to think or have nothing to think with. Which means that doctors have to be thinking beings first and foremost. Which is not to say that personal medicine is not developing in Russia. And here are the people who are doing a lot for that. These are members of our Academy of Medical Sciences. Professor Sergeyenko, he is the director of the Institute of Chemical Medicine. Gavarun, one of his deputies, and Professor Cook is also a famous clinician and clinical pharmacologist. All three of these men are doing a lot to make sure that personalized medicine blossoms in Russia. Of course, sequencing genetic materials is very important, and the ability to do that is very important. From a technical point of view, everything is developing rapidly. Now the cost of sequencing the genome of one particular human being actually is sometimes less than $1,000 US. And that number is projected to go down even more. So actually there are small sequencers for small genomes, but of course for such a big and complex genome as human genome, you need larger sequencers. And our Minister of Health, Golikova, who used to be for standardization of everything possible, but before she resigned, she had finally understood that she was in the wrong when it came to standardization. And in a medical publication, a quote of hers was published where she said that personalized medicine would enable us to treat every patient individually and make those diseases treatable in the future that are untreatable now, which means that the points of view change, even of those people who were for standardization at all costs. Of course, everybody understands that patients should be treated humanely. A Russian artist, Noshkin, used to say this, that even the most technologically advanced medicine will mean nothing without humanity. That medicine is not just costly equipment and costly tests. Medicine is first and foremost people. It's important not to standardize diagnostics. It's important to diagnose everybody individually and create individual diagnostics and treatment plans for each patient. And under that banner, we need to be cognizant of the harm done by repetitive tests. So on the one hand, we try to save money at all costs, but on the other hand, we order the same tests every time. I've personally seen cases where people have to go for blood typing 50 times. Because, blood types do not change. You're born with one blood type and you die with the same blood type. Why subject people to the blood typing 50 times? And now situation has become even more acute. Because the physician is torn between, on the one hand, the desire to help their patients and save money, but on the other hand, that physician is put in a straitjacket imposed by a hospital administration hell-bent on making more money. And that means that physicians first order CTs and then they order MRIs where it's not even necessary, but just because hospital administration requires for billing purposes.
The organizational committee members, please come here and help us. Therefore, patients have no way to defend themselves, especially in the context of finance-oriented medicine and surgery plans. Quite often we hear about the United States of America and that everything is standardized there, which is not true. In America, approach to standardization is really smart, and the United States of America have never been fanatic about standardization. If people buy American cars, they know on the speedometer they will have miles, not kilometers. And if they want to fill gas, they will be seeing gallons rather than liters. And to measure temperature, they will be measuring that in degrees Fahrenheit rather than Celsius. Therefore, we can't cite the case of the United States of America to prove standardization. And the United States of America is a trailblazer for personalized medical care. Everyone wants to get quick results. How it can be done? That requires good healthcare and good doctors. I would like to draw your attention to an interesting study conducted in the United States of America and published in Nature of Medicine magazine, Nature Medicine journal. In the same institution, 1,000 patients were treated based on a standard, and 1,000 patients were treated on the basis of individual plans. The difference was huge. By 40%, the remote results in the group of patients who were treated on the individual plan basis, their results were better in 40% of cases. Finally, I would like to say that in healthcare, standards are a must. You can't get away from standards. At the same time, in medicine, the importance of standards is limited. It was limited by what I said in the very beginning of my speech. We can be confident and say that a standard or a guideline should be just a guidance for a doctor. As for treatment, very competent doctor have to treat his or her patients on the basis of the personalized plan developed based on analysis of all available opportunities in modern healthcare system. We have to be smart today. We shouldn't be trying to standardize what cannot be standardized in principle. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Mikhail Izrailevich, for your very philosophic speech on a very boring topic of standardization. No one else could do that better than you did. Thank you. Now, let's go back to the report on the prospects of radiological service development in Kazakhstan. The floor goes to Dr. Nurgaziev. I don't know his name and patronymic. Dr. Nurgaziev from Kazakhstan. First of all, I would like to thank all of our guests for participation in this Congress. It's our common Congress. I would like to wish you successful work and good impressions of our beautiful Astana. This year, the priority for us is oncology. A year and a half ago, when I was invited to my leadership and I was appointed as the head of the institute, my objective was to restructure the entire oncological system. As you can see in this slide, we started analyzing the entire oncological care system. We started to analyze the morbidity and mortality rates. The first slide, please. Speaking about morbidity and mortality, the situation seems to be stable, but when we look at absolute figures, the growth is obvious and very significant. we started to analyze the entire structure of morbidity and mortality. As a result, in all population, the number one culprit is breast cancer. In women, it was everywhere. When we looked at the mortality rates, we found that lungs cancer, pulmonary cancer, breast cancer, and gastric cancer are the top three offenders. Therefore, we had to take some measures. In the State of the Nation address of the President this year, our goal was set to reduce the mortality rate from malignant neoplasms. Therefore, we started to take the analytical measures, we did the analysis and suggested a range of measures to the government. The government supported our suggestions, and starting from last year, the amount of funding allocated for oncological care tripled. Today, we get about 33 billion tenge for the entire oncological care for people, including drugs treatment. From this podium, I can assure you that from now on, Kazakhstan provides free drugs to oncological patients without co-payment principle. We don't have insurance-based healthcare, and we don't have a co-payment mechanism. All medications are provided for free. Where we started from, we revised all of the legal documents, the entire legal framework. We changed the provisions on medical institutions providing oncological care that remained unchanged starting from 1994. So for 18 years, nothing changed there. Obviously, we introduced amendments so that it could be in line with the present-day realia. We improved the laboratory testing for neoplasms. We set the minimum standards for the equipment to be available in oncological centers. After that, we started implementing the concept and then the program for oncological care provision in Kazakhstan for 5 years. It was discussed yesterday at the Board of Directors meeting. We had a very big discussion about the need to build the vertical structure for oncological care provision to the population. As a result, the government adopted a resolution at the end of March this year, and an action plan was developed to develop oncological care. For 5 years, the government allocated more than 1 billion euro. That's more than 1 billion euros. The lion's share of that money will go for prevention, for preventive care. After this resolution, obviously the question was, as Mikhail Izraelovich mentioned, we developed the national standard for oncological care provision. But before that, we published the methodological guidelines on early detection for 3 programs: breast cancer, cervical cancer, and colorectal cancer. Starting from January 2013, there will be 6 such programs. Step by step, we are going to increase the esophageal prostate cancer. The prostate cancer pilot project is already working in East Kazakhstan Oblast. We improved many treatment and diagnosis guidelines, clinical algorithms. I fully support the previous presentation, and I would like to repeat that all the guidelines are a guidance. The treatment has to be individualized. We vertically introduced the Commission to monitor global budget. Our funding for oncological service comes from the global budget. we have the division on late detection cases. So we had to start this work in November last year. For the first time, we looked at the work of rayon-level oncologists. We brought all rayon-level oncologists to Astana. We revised their work and made lots of recommendations. In this slide, you can see the structure of the national standard of oncological care provision. This structure was already approved by the Ministry of Health. Based on this structure, we prepared all of the legal frameworks and provisions. Based on this national standard, we developed a routing for patients, at what level detection starts, at what level, at what tier therapy begins, depending on the, and we also set the time frames for that. That will be all included in the standards. If we talk about the necessity of standards, we make lots of changes in cancer register. The minister in her speech mentioned the e-register of oncological patients. This register is being updated. We're implementing artificial intelligence. That is a self-learning program that will help doctors both in diagnosis and in therapy. When we talk about inpatients care, each case will be included into the electronic register. In this slide, I would like to say that we are proud of the treatment algorithm that we developed both for inpatient and outpatient care. Who prescribes what? This is an algorithm for the outpatient care. In this slide, we would like to show, yesterday we had a discussion that was just now supported by Mikhail Izrailevich. He said that treatment has to be individualized. Starting last year, we opened 10 immunohistamine laboratories. They were established only for individualization, for individualized treatment. What reference centers will be doing, you can see in this slide. It's a huge first step to individualize, personalize oncological care. I already said that in year 2012, the president spoke about and started to monitor everything happening with the oncological service. It was a punchline in his speech. He set the target that we need to reduce the mortality rate from cancers. The government was instructed to develop a sectoral program that was developed and started and launched. This program has the purpose of extending life expectancy and improving quality of life by reducing morbidity and oncological mortality. These objectives are new. We have to focus on prevention and on setting up the modern system of professional care to oncological patients. We have to develop high-tech diagnosis and treatment methods. We need to improve the competencies of personnel. As a result, by 2016, we should have a patient-centered care system with coordinated and integrated care available and accessible to everyone and to all. Speaking about preventive part, in this slide you can see the program of early detection that we have and what programs will be launched starting from January 1st, 2013, we will expand the list of cancers to 6. Budget for these programs is already available. Now we're intensively training doctors. With all of this, oncological patients will be provided at 3 to 4 tiers. The first tier is diagnosis, diagnostics, and primary medical social care at the level of the overall network. At regional level, we have 16 inpatient facilities, and in the north, east, center, east and west, we'll have 5 high-tech centers of excellence equipped with high-tech radiology treatment. We will have the high-energy, low-energy accelerators. In those centers, we will use the radionuclide and therapy and brachytherapy, and based on the instruction of the President, the National Scientific Research Center for Cancers will be set up in Astana, and non-invasive methods will be developed there. 5 oncological centers will be based in Simi, in Aktobe, in Almaty, Astana, and Karaganda, on the basis and under the aegis of medical universities. All of that is already budgeted for. In this slide, you see how we're going to achieve greater accessibility of highly complex diagnostics and treatment. Besides this, starting from 2009, we set up 3 nuclear medicine centers. The first one is already working in Astana on the basis of the Republican Diagnostic Center. We have PET-CT system with cyclotron. The same system for 64 cuts will be working in the city of Simi. And in 2014, we will have one in Almaty. The cyclotron will be based in the Nuclear Physics University for 235 MEF. The budget is already available. The program is launched. Establishment of the National Oncological Center, Scientific Research Center in Astana. We analyzed many leading centers of excellence. We had a big discussion with medical community in the parliament. We suggested our structure, and we plan a structure that will fully meet the demand for certain types of oncological care. The Center of Proton Therapy, we hope, will be also based in the National Scientific Research Oncological Center. Strengthening of competences. We have big budget for that. We are working on teams of doctors who will be trained in different countries, including CIS member states. In this slide, you see how the oncological care will be improved. We are talking about the number of beds, the inpatient care facilities, and better equipment. 5 high-tech centers will have 64 entomographs and MRIs. Other oblast-level oncological hospitals will have CTs with lower capacities as well as MRIs. Palliative care, one of the directions of developing this program.
Right.
Because At this juncture, Kazakhstan, it's a weakness. We have only a couple of hospices that provide this type of care, and for rehabilitation, we only have one facility in eastern Kazakhstan, and the rest of the regions of Kazakhstan lack any capacity. That's why, under the roadmap of healthcare reform, we have provided sufficient funds to open up facilities of this nature in the rest of Kazakhstan, because this type of care will be required and necessary later down the road. So thank you very much for your attention, ladies and gentlemen. So very much, thank you very much, Konesh Konembayevich. Our next speaker will be Dr. Dasakhanov, radiology and X-ray radiology in Kazakhstan and its development. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, dear guests of this high-profile and authoritative forum. The establishment and development of radiological services in Kazakhstan began about 60 years back after World War II, when in Almaty, and that time it was the capital of Kazakhstan, and also in a number of provincial seats, room 10 radiodiagnostic devices were installed. Radiotherapy was conducted empirically without any kind of research or scientific foundation. X-ray diagnostic devices were weak and with low capacity. The development of a proper radiology medical service began only in the 50s, when in 1953 at the Almaty Medical Institute a department was opened up for medical radiology and radiobiology. And also later in 1960 Almaty became home to the Institute of Radiobiology and Radio-Oncology. On this slide lists radio-oncological facilities in Kazakhstan, and on the payroll they have 92 radiologists. Facilities have 89 X-ray devices and 82 radiotherapy devices. Lately, especially the last 10 or 15 years, a new branch of radiodiagnostics began to develop rapidly, and that includes CT, MRI, and the rest of the modern technologies that I will talk about later. For example, this is an example of virtual colonoscopy, virtual bronchoscopy, and also multi-slice CT, where you can track and ascertain the condition of the heart and vessels, also angiography, and CT with contrast bolus. As the previous speaker, Professor Nurgaziev, said, now we already have first PET, positron emission tomographers. There is now one in Astana, and our plans call for the establishment of 3 such facilities that will have PET. We have already 64 slice tomographers, CT tomographers, and we also now have one device for HIFU therapy, and that uses focused high-energy sounds for the treatment of malignant and benign tumors and cysts. And that type of treatment has recommended itself well. More than 300 patients have already been successfully treated. Probably the most breakthrough technologies for radio diagnostics that is in conjunction with surgery is arithmology and also interventional cardiology. And in these fields of knowledge, the undisputed leader is a national cardiological center in Astana that can perform all different types of research and diagnostics. Also in Kazakhstan, thanks to the fact that the national medical center is now the coordinator of cardiological services, more than 15,000 coronographies take place, and more than also 15,000 stenting of heart arteries are performed. Interventional cardiology, according to data from the Ministry of Health, stenting and the bypass surgery, because of these new approaches, in 2012 already mortality from cardiac disease has been reduced by 35% compared to the similar period in 2011. In Astana alone, mortality from MI this year has decreased by 24%, by a whopping 24%. And on this slide, you see the founder of Kazakhstan's radiobiology and radio-oncology, Mr. Balmukhanov, Dr. Balmukhanov, who will be celebrating in a couple of days his 19th Jubilee. So he's actually well, but his eyesight has suffered, but nevertheless he's well enough to take part in the social and medical life of Kazakhstan. And now I would like to show you how Mr. Balmukhanov became the founder of this branch of medical science in Kazakhstan. First, he is an extraordinary personality. His depth and the breadth of knowledge, and he is a wonderful human being at the end of the day. He is a people's person. He knows how to communicate with people. He is always thirsty for new knowledge, and that has enabled him to talk and to be friends with great medical researchers and to work for the benefit of his people. Translation is verbatim. Translator's note. Here you see three leading lights in the history of Kazakhstan that have always supported Mr. Balmukhanov. For example, the first president of the Kazakhstan Academy of Sciences, Mr. Satpayev. 50 years ago, in 1963, Mr. Balmukhanov was a member of the Academy of Sciences of Kazakhstan, and through that he secured a 6-month study tour. That was in 1963 in the United States of America, and he went to Chicago, to Bethesda in Maryland, to Massachusetts, where he learned all the new approaches to radiotherapy and radiodiagnostics of malignant tumors, of malignancies at that time. Kazakhstan's first leader, Mr. Kunayev, also supported Dr. Balmukhanov, and also writer Mukhtar Auezov, Kazakhstan's greatest writer of the 20th century. He also supported Mr. Balmukhanov, Dr. Balmukhanov. And because of his great personality and outgoing personality, he got to know a lot of people. And from just acquaintances, they became useful a useful professional network. And Balmukhanov, for example, was a great friend and a collaborator of Laszlo Reves from the Karolinska Institute that was mentioned earlier today. He was also friends and collaborator of Oliver Scott, and also he was friends with a classic of Dr. Thibonat from Paris. He was in close contact with all of them. He also got great knowledge from his stay in Moscow. His teachers in Moscow were Samuel Reinberg, Fyodor Gorizontov, and Andrei Lebedynsky, members of the Soviet Academy of Sciences. From them, he got a great education. Famous scientist Tsutomu Kageya from Japan. He is the author of AK 2123. He was also friends with Dr. Balmukhanov. He also has always supported Kazakhstan. Also friends of Dr. Balmukhanov were, unfortunately, they all have passed away. The late Yeryomenko, the late Peremenko, and the late Weinson. Professor Karagodin, Konoplyannikov, Professor Kuzin. And now I would like to show the activities of Professor Balmukhanov on training and preparation of the new generation of researchers and physicians. In 1960, the Department of Radiology was opened in Almaty. Where extensive research was conducted. In 1963, at the Oncology Institute, a chair was established for radiotherapy. In 1964, Dr. Balmukhanov established and then headed the Department of Radiotherapy and Radio-Oncology in Almaty. Dr. Balmukhanov, in the 80s also set up doctoral programs, PhD programs for radiology and radiobiology. Under his leadership, over a 50-year period from 1965 until 2005, 22 doctors received the Doctor of Science degrees and 88 candidates of science degrees. Dr. Balmukhanov was also instrumental in the establishment of the first clinical base for radiotherapy. These are the dates, these are the milestones. In 1962, the Department of Gamma Therapy was set up in the Institute of Radiology and Radiobiology. In 1963, a Department of Clinical Radiology. In 1965, a Department of Accelerators of High Energy. In 1969, Radiotherapy of Lymphomas, a separate department. In 1970, for the first time in the former Soviet Union, with one of his students, he opened up an accelerator Betatron B1510. And that enabled Kazakhstan to treat with high-energy electrons Kaposi sarcoma patients, eye cancer patients, etc. In the 60s, at the Institute of Oncology, he set up such devices for gamma therapy as Rocus-M. Also devices such as Cirrus, Cerigon, Eragam, Agat-V were procured for the Institute of Oncology under the leadership of Professor Balmukhanov. In 1995, a linear accelerator clinic to 2100 was set up at the Institute of Oncology. So, when Winston Churchill said that Stalin became the leader of the Soviet Union when the country was agricultural and left the country as a nuclear state, then Mr. Balmukhanov, what can be said of him is that he became head of Kazakhstan's radiology, became leader when Kazakhstan was backward, and now what we have is the most modern state-of-the-art linear accelerator. On this slide you see Mr. Balmukhanov in front of the Institute of Radiology and Radiobiology together with colleagues and students. Now I can also say that for more than 50 years Professor Balmukhanov headed more than 10 both fundamental and applied research programs, which played a huge role in the development and establishment of oncoradiology. He began when in 1954 until 1960 together with Professor Akhchabarov. He started to do epidemiological research for cancer screening in and around Semipalatinsk nuclear testing facility. Just by looking at these programs, you can say that Professor Balmukhanov, his area of interest has always been very broad, and he's done a lot for the development of all of these programs. On this picture you see Mr. Balmukhanov in discussion over a new research program. Out of these programs, the most universally known is the program for the development of new methods for treatment of malignancies using radiomodificators. These types have enabled, these new approaches to therapy has enabled us to improve efficiency and survivability by 20%. You're out of time. One of the main concerns, and actually I would like to ask for 2 more minutes of your time, one of the main concerns of Professor Balmukhanov was the health status of the population of Semipalatinsk in and around Semipalatinsk nuclear testing facility. That's why the motherland has appreciated a lot Professor Balmukhanov's endeavors. He is the last of the Mohicans. In Kazakhstan, there are only 2 people like that. The founder of the Institute of Surgery, Sezganov, and Professor Balmukhanov. The only 2 people have been decorated with the Order of Lenin twice. He was also a soldier during World War II. And he is the only radiologist from the former Soviet Union who, in 1984, in Japan, was awarded the International Peace Prize. So he is the only one in Kazakhstan decorated to such degree. And I would like to read out the welcoming address from Mr. Balmukhanov. I would like to wish the participants of the 7th CIS Radiology and Oncology Congress every successes and new knowledge in the interest of people's well-being. Thank you very much for your attention. No microphone is being used. No translation can be provided. And I would say the establishment not just in Kazakhstan, but also in the former Soviet Union, the establishment of radiology throughout the Soviet Union has a lot to do with Mr. Balmukhanov.
The development of radiobiology in the former Soviet Union, written by Yermolnik. In that book he writes the fourth radiobiological center is the one based in Almaty. It was established by academician Balmukhanov. Now allow me to give the floor to our American colleague, representative of the University of Pennsylvania, Roberts Proton Therapy Center. Our speaker is going to talk about the experience of use proton therapy.
The organizing for inviting me. Thank you guys for being here. And so I'm going to talk about proton therapy. And about approximately 2/3 of the patients who get treatment for cancer in the United States get radiation therapy as part of their treatment. 2 out of every 3 patients. And the vast majority of treatments we do with linear accelerator these days. We use X-ray photon irradiation. We have made a huge progress over the past decades. We are able to be very conformal, successful in many cases. Still a main challenge is to try and not only treat the cancer, but at the same time spare the normal tissue as much as we can, because as long as we use external beam radiation, we have to include some normal tissue, which we don't want to, but we have to while we treat the cancer. And proton therapy is probably the future way to minimize the exposure of those normal tissue to the unwanted long-term toxicity of radiation, while keeping improving on the cure rate of cancer. So proton, what is proton? And the speakers before me mentioned the fact that there are proton centers there is a proton center under development or under consideration to be developed here in Kazakhstan, in other parts of former USSR. And there are several dozens of proton centers already treating patients around the world. There are 10 proton centers treating patients in the United States. There are about 20-25 additional cancer centers under development in the US. There are about 10 in Japan. There are many other in Europe and in the Far East. So what is proton? So proton, we all know, it's a particle. It has a charge and an atomic weight. And as a charged particle, a proton has a defined range in the tissue. Unlike photon irradiation, when you enter the body on one side of the body and you exit the body on the opposite side, in proton radiation you can get the radiation beam into the patient and stop it, and this distance in the patient is proportional to the energy of the proton. The higher the energy, the deeper the proton will go before it stops in the tissue. And when the proton stops in the tissue, it discharges the entire energy to the tissue in form of what we call a break peak. So we get most of the proton irradiation in very well-defined area in the body, and nothing behind it and very little before that. And this is in contrast to X-rays, linear accelerator, or cobalt, system that we currently use, when you basically, the beam will never stop. It will just go from one side of the body to the other side. And again, normal tissue does not, radiation of normal tissue does not benefit the patient. The ideal radiation therapy will be 100% of the dose to the target and 0 dose of radiation to the normal tissue. This is how the proton discharge energy in the tissue as a function of the energy. It's called the break peak. If we look, for example, in the curve in the red line, this is a 69 MeV. It's relatively low energy proton. It enters the skin, the body, and only a small dose of approximately 20% of the radiation beam is discharged into the body close to the surface, but in approximately depths of 4 or 5 centimeters, the entire proton energy will be deposited into the tissue and stops. If we go very high energy of proton, the curve on the black one on the left hand side and the right hand side of the curve, about 231 MeV. This is high energy proton. It will go to a depth of about 33, 34 centimeters before it stops. So by controlling the energy of the proton, we can control where the energy of this radiation beam will be discharged and deposited in the tissue. Let's look at this sketch. Let's assume that the light blue will be a body of a patient, and the dark blue will be a tumor in the center of the body. It can be a prostate cancer sitting in the center of the body, or pancreatic cancer sitting in the center of the body. And what we would like to do is to give 100% of a dose of radiation, whatever dose that we pick up, to the dark blue. And in the light blue, ideally we want 0 radiation, or as little as we can. And we have a comparison between different energies of photon radiation, and the red line will be the energy and how much radiation the normal tissue gets with the proton radiation. So the area under the curve, in the light blue before the beam gets into the tumor, is how much radiation the normal tissue gets. The normal tissue gets with radiation. So if you look and compare the area under the curve, how much area under the curve you get proximal, prior to the tumor, and compare to how much normal tissue gets with conventional radiation, compared to how much area under the curve you get under the red line, which is the proton, you see how much less normal tissue, how much less radiation the normal tissue is getting with proton compared to photon. And when you go to the distal part of the tumor, when you pass the tumor, there is 0 radiation with proton, but there's still significant dose of radiation with conventional radiation. So this is the physics. This is the physics of the proton. So the physics of the proton is much better, much superior compared to the physics of a photon, of the linear accelerator, or gamma radiation that we get from cobalt, which is a similar beam. Now, when we look at the radiobiology, and we can compare X-rays and proton, we see that the X-rays and proton are actually very similar, very identical when it comes to the most basic important radiobiological properties of the beam. If you look the RBE and OER, the dependence on oxygen and the effectiveness of radiation. So proton and photon irradiation, X-ray radiation, are very similar from radiobiology point of view. So for us clinicians who use radiation to treat cancer, to use proton is relatively easy because we have so much experience treating cancer with X-rays, so we know, for example, we need an 80 gray to treat a certain head and neck tumor. So we say, okay, if we need 80 gray, let's say 2 gray per fraction, I know that I need the same dose, same schedule with proton, because the radiobiology, the way the radiation interacts with the tissue, with the tumor, whether it's X-ray radiation of proton, is very similar. So we use it in the same way when it comes to the dose and to the schedule of radiation. So the clinical advantage of proton over photon is a physical advantage, and not because of the better dose distribution of the proton and less radiation to the normal tissue. Let's look at this patient, for example. This is a woman with a paraspinal sarcoma sitting next to the spinal cord. And we can compare an IMRT, which is a photon irradiation on the right-hand side, compared to IMPT, which is a proton treatment on the left-hand side. And we see that both treatment, in both forms of radiation, the coverage of the target is very similar. It's identical. We give the same dose, same coverage, same conformality. But you look at the IMRT, at the X-rays, you see that while you give this very high dose of radiation to the woman, you also treat the heart, the lung, the breast. When you do it with proton, you give nothing. So same treatment to the tumor, huge difference to the lung, heart, breast cancer, and assuming that we cure this woman 10, 20, 25, 30 years from now, that can be the difference between life or death, secondary to all the long-term bad effects of radiation. So the potential benefits of proton therapy, if we try to summarize everything that I've said so far, is that you get decreased normal tissue toxicity, short and long term. If you get less normal tissue toxicity, you can give more radiation many times, so you can escalate the dose. You can use hypofractionation. Hypofractionation, larger doses per fraction. You can often shorter the entire duration of the treatment. It pushes the cost of treatment down, and it's more convenient for many of the patients. You can increase the cure rate in some cancers, and we already have some examples for it. We have a very good opportunity in many cancers for re-irradiation, retreatment, and we actually see that about more than 10% of our patients in Philadelphia, but not only in our centers, are actually re-irradiation. Patients who got radiation and got a local recurrence with conventional radiation, very difficult to re-irradiate. Proton, since you don't give a lot of radiation to normal tissue, you have the option of re-irradiation oftentimes. And since the entire field of oncology is moving more and more to combined modality, chemoradiation given concomitantly, and we do it very frequent to a lot of our patients, by the fact that we are radiating less normal tissue, there is less acute toxicity. You can better give chemotherapy while you give the radiation. So patients tend to tolerate chemoradiation, combined modality, much better when you do it with proton. The way we deliver a proton therapy, there is the old way of what we call the passive scattering. If you read some literature about proton radiation, about work that was done in the United States, in Europe, in Japan, most of the work that you'll read will be a delivery system that's called passive scattering, which is basically it's a narrow beam that is at the head of the machine, it's opened, and you treat the entire tumor at one time. We are starting to move more and more into active scanning. You have a very narrow beam, and with this narrow beam you can actually scan the tumor point after point, layer after layer. The active scanning, what you call the pencil beam scanning, is being installed in more and more modern facilities, and will be the delivery system of the future in proton beam. It has better, it is more user-friendly, it is also more conformal than the double scattering, and also give you less radiation proximal to the tumor. So it's just better modality. There are still some technical challenges there, but this technology is improved very rapidly. So if you look at the generation of proton therapy, if you look at the first generation of proton therapy, the one, for example, the Harvard cyclotron that they started to treat patients in 1960, over 50 years ago, you see that this was passive scattering, the delivery that I just described. It was a fixed beam. It was a low energy meaning that they could only treat superficial tumor, and it was small fields. So combine all those technical limitations, they could only treat very small number of tumors, superficial, mainly in the head and neck region. At the present time, we have the second generation of proton therapy facilities. It's still mostly dominated by passive scattering, but we already have those gantries, so you can rotate the beam around the patient. We have high energy, so we can treat deep-seated tumor. We can have large fields, so we can basically now treat all sides of the body, and that's what we do. We treat all sides of the body. There are still some limitations with the current system, and the present and the future, as I described, the third generation is the pencil beam scanning on a gantry, which will enable us to treat deep-seated tumor, large tumor. It will be very flexible and efficient delivery, meaning efficient that you can treat large number of patients per facility. So it won't take you an hour and a half to treat a single patient. Even now, we only need about 30 to 40 minutes for patients, but we very rapidly will be able to treat a patient in 20-25 minutes per treatment. So we all know that proton therapy is great for pediatric patients. There is basically in the oncological community nobody disagree with the fact that proton therapy for kids is the way to go. Since we already cure somewhere between 70 to 80% of all the kids with cancer, it is not only extremely important to cure them, but we also have to worry about what happened to these kids many years from now. And if we look at this data, this is from the United States, looking at 10,000 survival of pediatric cancers, what happened to them many years after we cured them. And what we see, and this is looking at the late toxicity, the development of late toxicity in this patient, of these kids, many years after we treat them. And we see that as the time passes, more and more kids present with long-term problems from the treatment that they got when they were kids, and there is no plateau to the curve. And you look at about 30 years post treatment, almost 75% of the kids will have some form of toxicity. So it's extremely important to minimize this long-term toxicity when we treat them, and proton is an excellent way to do that. Taken a tumor that we treat quite often in pediatric patients. This is a brain tumor, medulloblastoma. We give a craniospinal irradiation. On the right-hand side, we treat the entire brain and the entire spinal cord. On the right-hand side, this is how we do it now. We treat the entire brain, we treat the entire cord, but when we treat the entire cord, we treat all the organs that are in front of the cord, the heart, the lung, the liver, the stomach, the small bowel. If you do it on proton on the left-hand side, you spare everything which is in front of the spine. And this is how it looks in an axial cut. On the left-hand side, this is what you do when you treat the spine. With X-rays today, you treat everything, in this case the heart and the lungs, that is front on the cord, and you have to remember the target is just the cord. On the right-hand side, this is what you do when you do it with proton. Nothing is get radiated in front of the beam. Treat a lot of brain tumors. in pediatric and in adult. No, you don't go after the glioblastoma. This tumor treatment is not for glioblastoma. Unfortunately, we cannot cure glioblastoma in most cases, so you don't want to waste quote unquote this very expensive and sophisticated beam on someone who is incurable. But if you treat meningioma, late-grade glioma, brain tumor of patient who will survive long term, this can make a huge difference if you treat less normal brain. This is a patient I treated, 11 years old. He had a spinal glioma. We treated the cervical spine. Nothing got irradiated in front of the spine. All those sensitive, the thyroid, the pharynx, the larynx, the mouth, no radiation at all. Orbital rhabdomyosarcoma. On the left-hand side, we cure 95% of these kids these days. On the left-hand side, you treat the orbit, but you treat a lot of the brain and contralateral side. That's what you do with X-ray. You do with proton, nothing goes to the brain, nothing goes to the contralateral orbit. This is our standard of care now. All the kids with orbital rhabdo, this is how we treat them. Ewing of the spine, again, the same story. So when you try and calculate how much long-term toxicity you spare a lot of long-term toxicity. For example, you reduce dramatically the incidence of secondary malignancy in kids, and there are already some studies to show that. Going to adult, prostate cancer, very common indication in the United States for the treatment, and in Japan for use of prostate cancer. This is how a proton plan looks for prostate cancer. On the right-hand side, this is with the double scattering. On the left-hand side, this is with the pencil beam scanning. If you see, there is zero radiation to the rectum, except a small area which is actually touching the prostate. Zero radiation, and if you look at the bottom part of the slide, there is very little radiation to the bladder. So if you look at some of the long-term results for prostate cancer, treating of prostate cancer, you see that the GI, the rectal toxicity, or the GU, the bladder toxicity, the significant is less than 1%. We rarely see any incontinence or rectal bladder anymore with proton therapy for sarcoma. All sides of the body, base of skull is very well known for proton, chondrosarcoma, chordoma. You already cure more than 90% of these patients, adult and kids, and there are studies both from the United States and Europe. Upper GI tumor. All upper GI tumor, there are a lot of active protocol. That's, for example, a biliary tract area, and this is a study from Japan with hepatoma, hepatocellular carcinoma, wonderful long-term result in their end. Lung cancer, growing indication for proton therapy. More and more places are doing it. This is a study for Japan. We are also treating a lot of lung cancers. Very good results. You spare the lung, you spare the heart, you spare the spinal cord. You can focus on the lung. These are some of the results from Japan. Those are excellent results for head and neck tumor. For example, paranasal sinuses. You can give 70 or 80 gray to the area of the paranasal sinuses, basically with no dose to the brain, very limited dose to the eye. If you do it with photon, you have to treat the entire brain with a lot of radiation and the eyes. Again, some results from MGH, excellent long-term results of paranasal sinuses tumor. So these are the sites that we are currently treating in University of Pennsylvania with proton. We treat all curative pediatric tumor. All kids with pediatric tumors getting radiation with a tumor. We treat all sarcomas, and the rest is adult, head and neck, brain tumor, benign and low grade, GYN tumor, upper GI. We are about to start in few weeks to do a partial breast irradiation with prostate, with proton. We have the protocol for seminoma, a lot of free irradiation, lung cancer, and a lot of mediastinal tumor. All Hodgkin tumors, for example, we treat today with Hodgkin's, thymoma, sarcoma in the mediastinum, a lot of mediastinal tumor. This is how our center looks like. It's a brand new building. And this is a kind of sketch of the entire Department of Radiation Oncology. The Proton Center is a part of very large Department of Radiation Oncology. We have 5 linear accelerators and 5 proton treatment rooms. So altogether we have 10 treatment rooms in the department. We have 4 proton gantries and 1 fixed beam room. We also have a research room for the proton. In our department for planning, we have a couple of CT simulators, we have PET-CT, and we have an MRI simulator. And currently we are treating about 250 patients a day in the department. And in about a year from now, the number will be around 350. About 150 of them will be proton patients on active treatment. This is how a proton gantry treatment room looks like from inside. And when you look at the future of proton, so the future of proton is going to be gantries, mostly pencil beam scanning, large field. You can treat every site of the body, very relatively high efficient system that you can treat multiple field during the day. And this is what I believe, that eventually proton will replace linear accelerator. It's a matter of course, the cost will come down. It may not happen tomorrow, it may not happen in 5 years, but it will happen in 10 years or 20 years, because it's certainly so much better, and the technology is already there. Thank you.
Спасибо. Спасибо.
Thank you very much. A very interesting presentation and a very complex presentation, both for evaluation and in terms of view of the future. Our next presentation, actually we have already exhausted the time allotted for this session. So my proposal is to hear out our colleague from South Korea, but the next presentation from Professor Hasanov, if he doesn't object, I would like to push it till the afternoon session. Do you object, Mr. Hasanov? Okay, great. Then please, Professor Hon Sung-hoon. His presentation is entitled Innovation Approaches to Treatment of Gastric Cancer.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor to be here and share our experience today. My topic today is innovative methods of stomach cancer treatment. Actually, therapeutic options for gastric cancer depends on the stage. The patients with stage 1 can be treated by endoscopic treatment or minimally invasive surgery with limited lymph node dissection. Minimally invasive surgery or conventional open surgery with extended lymph node dissection can be indicated for the patients with stage 1 or 2. If the patient has the advanced disease, the extended operation with additional treatment, such as chemotherapy, can be indicated. Some of the part of the patients can be treated with a palliative operation, additional treatment. Endoscopic treatment means endoscopic mucosal resection or endoscope submucosal dissection. And the minimally invasive surgery means laparoscope or robot surgery, or open limited gastric resection, excuse me, organ-preserving gastrectomy. And radical adenectomy with gastrectomy is still standard operation for gastric cancer. Additional treatment composed of perioperative chemotherapy, radiotherapy, or targeted therapy. So I'd like to talk about these several issues briefly today. The endoscopic mucosal resection starts in 1980s, and the indication is expanded. So now the endoscopic submucosal dissection is popular in Japan and Korea. So with the introduction of endoscopic submucosal dissection, we can make the larger and deeper lesions to be removed completely. This slide shows the indication of EMR or ESD. The blue color is the absolute indication for EMR or ESD. EMR or ESD, the absolute indication is the differentiated carcinoma with less than 2 centimeters in diameter. Small differentiated carcinoma is indicated for EMR or ESD. Recently, the indication of ESD, EMR is expanded to a more larger size with a differentiated carcinoma. Yellow color is for the expanded indication. But the brown color is indicated for surgery. Undifferentiated carcinoma is not indicated for EMR or ESD. The laparoscopic surgery began in early 1990s, and the robot-assisted surgery with the Da Vinci system starts in 2000. This is a minimal invasive surgery. For early gastric cancer, the laparoscopic surgery is widely performed in Korea and Japan. There is the morbidity, possible morbidity and mortality rate, and the survival rate is similar to open surgery. However, for advanced gastric cancer, there is some limitation to be widely applied. The reasons are proper D2 lymph node dissection is difficult by laparoscopic surgery. And we have some difficulties following oncology principles, such as no-touch technique, etc. And we don't have a strong evidence of a long-term survival benefit. So, in Korea, the multi-center randomized controlled trial for laparoscopic surgery for advanced cancer is ongoing now. How is the robot surgery? There is no difference in morbidity and mortality between laparoscope and robotic surgery. The indication of the robot surgery is the same as laparoscope. There are several benefits of the robot gastrectomy. Those are three-dimensional visualization and elimination of surgeon tremors, and minute movement is possible. But there are some problems of a robot surgery. The most biggest problem is that it's very expensive. In Korea, the patient should pay $10,000 for robot-assisted gastrectomy, and we don't have the evidence of superiority over laparoscopic surgery. So, in Korea, multi-institutional study on the assessment of robotic surgery is going now. This slide shows the number of the gastrectomies in our hospital since 2003 to 2011. As you can see, the number of gastrectomies gradually increased in our hospital. Last year, in 2011, the total number of gastrectomy for gastric cancer were 1,200 patients. Among them, laparoscopic surgery was done in 320 patients, and 76 patients underwent robot-assisted gastrectomy. In our hospital, laparoscopic surgery started in 2003. The total number of laparoscopic surgery until 2011 were 1,300 patients, and the robotic surgery was started since 2005. Our hospital is the first hospital to be established in robot system in Korea. Until 2011, we have more than 500 cases of robot-assisted gastrectomy. Let's talk about the standard operation briefly. We have to, what is oncology principle in cancer surgery? We have to prevent tumor spillage during the operation. So we have to follow no-touch technique, and we have to avoid unnecessary manipulation during the operation, and careful hemostasis to avoid bleeding, lymphatic leakage is very important. And we have to secure the adequate margin of resection. And if there is some adhesions of cancers and the neighboring normal tissues, we have to make the envelope resection. At present, D2 lymph node dissection is a standard operation and popular in Asian countries, especially Korea and Japan. And D2 lymph node dissection is also recommended in Europe. Especially NCCN guideline 2011 says D2 dissection should be the standard procedure performed in specialized centers with appropriate surgical expertise and prospective care. This sentence is very important. D2 lymph node dissection should be done by experienced surgeons and the experience of the good post-op care. It is very important. Now, this is our institutional policy for breast cancer surgery. The adequate local country is essential. So, in our hospital, D1 plus beta dissection for advanced cancer and the D2 resection for advanced breast cancer is our strategy. Sorry. Okay. Next topic is additional treatment. The role of adjuvant treatment was controversial in the past, but now the role of adjuvant treatment has been established. But the standard adjuvant treatment is different according to the regions. In the United States, chemoradiotherapy is the standard. In Europe, perioperative chemotherapy, ECF regimen by MAGIC trial is a standard. In Asia, the monotherapy, TS1 monotherapy in Japan is standard, and the JELOX trial by CLASH trial is a standard in Korea. Let me introduce CLASH trial briefly. I'm a principal investigator in CLASH trial. CLASH trial means the stage 2 or 3 patients is enrolled. The number of patients more than 1,000. The patients is divided 2 groups: surgery only group who underwent a D2, and the other group is surgery plus capecitabine and oxaliplatin group, JELOX trial group. This slide shows the 3-year disease-free survival and interim analysis. The JELOX trial, the JELOX group, shows a better survival over the 3-year disease-free survival rate with 74%, than surgery-only group with 59%. This data was published in The Lancet this year. So, this data gives us the treatment of choice in Korea, and NCCN guideline 2012 recommended the JELOX regimen as adjuvant treatment for advanced breast cancer. Recently, we understand the molecular biology of carcinogenesis and the cancer phenotype better. So we targeted the molecular changes in signal transduction pathways. So there are several target molecules. For example, circulating growth and injury factors, cell surface receptors, intracellular signaling molecules. The benefits of target therapy are less side effects, high efficacy, and the improvement of quality of life. There are several molecules to be targeted. Among them, HER2 is an important molecule to be targeted. Trastuzumab. This is a TOGA trial. Trastuzumab in combination with chemotherapy versus chemotherapy alone for treatment of HER2 positive advanced gastric cancer. This is a TOGA trial. The patients with overexpression of HER2 protein gastric cancer is enrolled. There is divided two groups: chemotherapy alone, Xelox, XP trial, the capecitabine or 5-FU plus cisplatin group, and trastuzumab added group. The data showed the trastuzumab group showed a better survival than chemotherapy only groups, and especially the trastuzumab groups that significantly marked better survival in HER2 strong positive groups. Gastric cancer is composed of the early gastric cancer to far advanced cancer. Now, by current best evidence, we can treat most of the patients by conventional methods, such as the surgery, T2 operation, and the chemotherapy, and the target therapy. But some of the patients cannot be cured, treated by conventional treatment. So we need some emerging evidence. So molecular diagnosis and treatment can be needed for the improvement of the survival. This slide shows the 5-year survival rate in our hospital between 1987 and 2007. The total number of patients were 10,000. The overall 5-year survival rate was 73%. According to the stage 1 with 95%, the stage 2 with 79%, stage 3 with 48%, stage 4 is 12%. This 5-year survival rate is excellent in the world. When you see this data, stage 1 patient can be cured by surgery, and the stage 2 and 3 patients need some adjuvant treatment such as chemotherapy. However, the patient with stage 4 show the worst prognosis, so we need another challenge. So the additional treatment should be required to improve the survival in this group of patients. I'd like to conclude my talk. Gastric cancer treatment should be personalized or individualized according to TNM stage, molecular markers such as HER2 status, patient factors, and available modality, etc. Thank you very much for your attention.
But I'm not gonna follow that. Speaking about chronic non-communicable diseases, the world community, international community, international organizations such as the World Health Organization, governments, various nations talk about them. We heard about the decisions made by Kazakhstan, by the president. In her speech, Minister of Healthcare of Russian Federation, Ms. Skvartsova, is saying that we need to improve the system of healthcare provision and its accessibility, including oncological care. We need to increase the quality of medical education. We need to create the global preventive environment. That all concerns oncological health provision in our country. In the Republic of Tatarstan, we have 3 main causes: chronic non-communicable diseases. Cardiovascular diseases, oncological diseases, and trauma account for 84% of total mortality in the Republic. In some countries, oncology by the mortality rate is the leading cause. In view of this global goal of improving the good quality care, nobody needs care only, everyone needs good care. For that we need to manage the quality of oncological care. Just as in any other science, we need to understand what is priority here. Priority, in our view, is structure. There should be a good structure, well-funded, well-staffed. We need technologies, we need the good result, but the result has to be monitored. We have to monitor how well we are achieving the indicators and targets we set to ourselves. Large-scale change in our country, in the Russian Federation, starting from 2009. The country joined the National Oncological Program, including Tatarstan. Starting from 2010, we are a part of this program. Relevant documents were adopted, the resolution of the government of the country, the resolution of the territorial government. There was an important document, the decree that defined the patient care in oncological cases. Based on that, we developed a decree for Tatarstan. In that, it was mentioned today that where we discussed today which standards are good, which are dangerous. In healthcare provision, standards are very important. In our decree, we set the minimum standard for diagnostics when we can suspect some kind of a pathology. First of all, federal budget and Republican budget were used to equip the primary healthcare facilities. We strengthened the basic institutions with certified oncologists. Those facilities have CAT scans, mammographs, the cytological labs. We continued reconstruction of radiological system and set up the nuclear medicine center. Here we write the renovation of the polyclinics. We renovated the buildings. We set up a center 320 kilometers away from Kazan, where oncological care was not available. In 2010, we prepared the facility and installed the equipment that, starting from 2011, changed the situation completely. We used the accelerators, gamma equipment, molecular diagnostics, brachytherapy, endoscopic equipment, and many other machines. So the hardware was improved. So we worked really well in that field. This year, in the near future, we will complete equipment of the positron tomography. We will launch the radionuclide therapy block. We also work in the area of human capital. More than 2,000 doctors of various specialties, and first of all, oncologists for primary medical facilities and municipal facilities. This part of work will never stop. In 2010, we worked a lot in this area. This is the picture, similarly to Kazakhstan, how we see the structure of oncological care provision. The foundation of this pyramid is around 2,000 primary healthcare units, the general practitioners, etc. As our field officers are the oncologists of the primary oncological offices, and the tip of the pyramid, we have their specialized oncological centers. We want to provide care in a timely manner. We want care to be accessible. We will have the continuous monitoring of patients and preservation of data. This is our structure. The head office is in Kazan, in Nabережные Челны, in the northeast of the Republic. We have our subsidiary. We had a discussion yesterday in the association. I can appoint and dismiss the head of such center. We have a separate service in Almetievsk. I demonstrated that in the previous slide. It's a new division. Today, these institutions control the situation in their localities. In the west, we have in Chips, in Buninsk, the facilities. They have great opportunities for early detection and early diagnosis. This is an example of Almetievsk unit. Historically, patients had to travel 300 or 400 kilometers to come to Kazan. Now diagnostics is available on the spot at the local level. And the level of care is quite high. The work is built in a way that allows the staff of the central oncological unit is responsible for the quality of care available in Almetievsk, which means the quality is the same. And patients are prepared for the specialized treatment. 93% of patients arrive prepared to the center. The large-scale informatization of oncological cluster took place. This system is based on the National Integrated Telecommunication System, covers the entire oncological cluster using the uniform program. Practically in each outpatient service, in each polyclinic and each hospital, we have not only primary oncological consultation rooms, but those units have the relevant equipment and the ability to register each identified case. In the primary oncologist's room, when a patient comes to this primary room, when we have the evidence of oncological disease, the information is uploaded to the database, and the information is available throughout the network, including this central oncological unit. This information goes to the headquarters. Using this network, you can sign a patient up for a visit with the central oncological unit in the head office. It eliminates the physical lines and queues, and information goes into the cancer registry and backward. The information about the patient and the recommendations of the headquarters is available for the doctors in the area where the patient comes from. This work is far from final, and its opportunities are enormous. The cancer register changed dramatically. The types of treatment used to be radiotherapy, surgery, or drugs therapy. Today we know which hormone therapy was done to a patient, what type of radioactive therapy was done. In an electronic version, you can also have access to the imaging data. The result of this system is full coverage of all patients, the e-consultations, electronic sign-up for further consultation, the quality control at the local level, and better discipline and better quality, better accessibility. The result of this system is the morbidity went down, while early detection went up by 6%. The 1-year mortality went down. We are still far from our desired targets, but the positive dynamics is evident. Thank you for your attention. We look forward to seeing you in Kazan at the University Games. So the presenter finishes speech. Do we have any questions? The situation in Tatarstan is developing dynamically. When the government has funds to support such ambitious programs, including IT programs, is very good. I have a question to you, Mr. Dasanov. I would like to clarify, Mr. Hasanov, speaking about the international standards and international protocols, when do you start treatment? When did you start treatment using international protocols? Starting from 1998. The reason why I'm asking this question is that Mr. Perelman, the academician, from the outset, talked about standardization, individualization. I think all countries moving towards individualization go through the phase of standardization. Initially, not in all of the oncological centers. The situation was very diverse. Some institutions lacked funds, but then the country recovers, the government allocates more funds. In 2006, to make sure that our oncologists were following international protocols, we had to implement several programs, including the chemotherapy program, to provide the uniform list of medications and drugs available in each oncological clinic. Only after that we were prepared to introduce international standards. It became obvious from Mr. Hasanov's presentation when new technologies are available, when IT technologies are available, when we have high-tech radioactive treatments on our hands, we can go for individualization. Individualization is also a standard. It depends on what take you have on this issue. Thank you. Thank you for your attention. The next presenter is Mr. Markus Schweiger, the modern opportunities in molecular imaging in oncology.
Dear Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be, and it's an honor to be here. I enjoyed a very warm hospitality during the 2 days here in Kazakhstan. I saw Almaty and today the very new city of Astana, which is very expressive. I also like to congratulate you to your very ambitious fight on cancer. I think you have all the resources to be successful, and I wish you luck with this program, and maybe we as German oncologists can contribute and be on your side in developing some of the modern programs. But I see you have a big advantage to start up registries and databases which really help to standardize the care of cancer. I'd like to share with you in the next 20 minutes our experience with molecular imaging, which is the combination of structural and biological images in order to really develop criteria for the today already often mentioned personalized medicine. I think the issue of personalized medicine is the integration of information of an individual patient based obviously primarily on the clinical data, which are the traditional way to talk to the patient, examine the patient. But in recent days, this work between physician and patients is very much supported by biomarkers, which help to identify the genetic risk. It allows to evaluate the proteome as well as the metabolome. In this context, an orchestra of very complex information, I think imaging plays a major role. And it's actually multimodal images, which combines the visualization of the individual structure of the patient and biological function of normal and diseased tissue. By integrating all this information, we are convinced that we get earlier diagnosis and, most important, to develop an individual risk profile for each patient, which helps us to guide the therapy in a given situation. The second very important point is using these biomarkers for the therapy selection. It makes only sense to apply targeted therapy to a patient who actually expresses the therapeutic target. We save a lot of side effects if we select the right individual for the right therapy. And finally, I think we would like to learn from our patient population and use all these biomarkers to actually generate the phenotype of a given disease and store them in a registry in order to learn from the clinical course in all these patients. What is molecular imaging? You have heard about molecular medicine or molecular surgery. Molecular imaging is actually the attempt to non-invasively visualize biological and cellular processes using molecular structures as imaging targets. Obviously, this advance has come at two levels. One at the level of instrumentation. The other level is obviously the contrast agent or imaging probe needed to highlight a specific biological process. It's only about over 100 years when Röntgen invented X-rays. And in the last century, there was a strong and healthy competition about among the imaging modalities for a given disease indication. So ultrasound emerged, magnetic resonance imaging, as well as positron emission tomography. And in the end of the last century, in the beginning of this century, actually it was decided it may be a good idea to put various imaging modalities together. So it was PET-CT, the first of this integrated multimodal instrumentation, which allows in few seconds or few minutes to screen the entire body and get metabolic information as well as structural information. Most recently, PET-MR has been invented, which allows to do the same as with PET-CT to combine these two modalities. At the same time, however, there's also a tremendous advance in microscopy, and today you can do in vivo microscopy during surgery or endoscopic procedures to actually differentiate it, again, healthy tissue and separate it from malignant tissue. We are in the fortunate situation in Munich to have one of the first integrated PET-MR instrumentation, and I don't want to spend too much time on the technical details, but this instrumentation contains a regular MR magnet, and in the center an inserted PET instrumentation, and the technical challenge was to get this PET component working in a high magnetic field. What we can achieve here is that we in simultaneous acquisition get a very well co-registered data acquisition of the entire body. Here you see a regular MR sequence combined with metabolic imaging using a radio tracer defining regional glucose utilization. As I mentioned, another important development imaging is bringing imaging in the operative suite. And we are trying in Munich with our technical university to develop algorithms to actually import imaging data and allow a virtual depiction of the imaging data on the body of the patient, so the surgeon can actually be guided in his removal of tissue. This has led to new techniques, also using in the operative using fluorescence imaging, and here we are labeled especially heat shock protein, and you can very nicely see with the fluorescence probe we can depict the tumor very nicely from normal tissue, especially as compared to the native imaging procedure. Most recently, Vasilis Nitsiakristos, who is also in Munich, developed a folate receptor agents which was injected in the patient prior surgery. This is a patient with advanced ovarian cancer. And you see very nicely the areas of cancer depicted, allowing again the surgeons to identify cancerous tissue and guide the removal. There's a marked difference between the fluorescence information and the just information you see with your eye. The next important point obviously is, besides these technical advantages of in vivo and in operative imaging, is the development of specific imaging probes delineating biological processes. There's a very large number of probes available. The most commonly used tracer are metabolic tracers which depict glucose metabolism or amino acid metabolism. However, we also have tracers for proliferation. We have also tracers for cell interaction and angiogenesis, and we are concentrating on developing probes which can be introduced in the cell and genetically alter the cell to develop a gene, reported gene imaging, same way we do in vitro with green fluorescence protein imaging. Obviously, for the development or for the production of these probes, you need, if you use radioactivity, you need a cyclotron. Radioactivity has a big advantage that it provides probes which can be used in picomolar concentration. And if you use probes with such low concentration, there is no danger that you interfere with the process under study or you don't have any pharmacological effect. The process consists of the production of the isotope, and the isotope is then transferred into a chemical laboratory. This is today all automatized, and then you get your compound of interest. In this case, it's a fluor-labeled glucose at the 2 position. If you then inject this compound in the human, this compound will be taken up by the cell via a glucose transporter, phosphorylated, and accumulates in the cell as a marker of this glucose metabolism. Obviously, it's known for many years, it's basic biochemistry, that malignant cells have an increased uptake of glucose and increased glycolysis, and it is in most cases an aerobic or non-oxidative glycolysis. This increased uptake of glucose in malignant tissue can be easily used to actually classify tumor patients in vivo. Obviously, it is now a very widely accepted test, and PET-CT has become a standard procedure, especially in the staging of cancer. The most successful application is the lung cancer, where you can nicely stage the tumor in operable and unoperable cases. There's a number of studies now which indicate it's not only staging or detection of disease, it's also assessment of therapy. And as I mentioned in the introduction, it's very important to early after onset of therapy to decide if the patient responds or does not respond to a given therapy. There are now a large body or a large number of studies published which show in various tumor types, which shows that already 2 weeks after onset of therapy, based on metabolic criteria, you can separate between responders and non-responders, and in most cases there is a difference in clinical outcome. Therefore, you have a tool of relatively early after onset of therapy to decide if a patient responds to a given therapy. Besides the metabolic imaging with the glucose analog fluorodeoxyglucose, obviously there's interest to transfer or translate biological knowledge into the in vivo imaging environment in patients. Besides the energy metabolism, we're able to image proliferation, we're able to image angiogenesis, hypoxia, and we're also addressing issues like apoptosis or senescence. It means that imaging really can be used to get readouts, which are important for a given therapy. Proliferation, we are actually providing a nucleoside which is phosphorylated by the thymidine kinase and then accumulates in relation of this enzyme activity, which is a precursor process towards the DNA synthesis. So tumors with high proliferation rate will have a high signal, while tumors with a low proliferation rate have a lower uptake. And this is shown here in patients with lymphoma using this fluoride-labeled thymidine. And you see, in contrast to FDG shown on your right, that on the left side, the FLT can very nicely separate between indolent and aggressive tumors, while FDG can only very little differentiate between aggressive and indolent tumor type. Another issue is hypoxia. You're all aware that hypoxic tissue is more resistant to radiation therapy, but also more resistant to chemotherapy. The issue is, can we use imaging to actually identify the hypoxic fraction in a given tumor, and can we use it to guide radiation therapy to modulate the doses to a given patient based on its micromilieu in this tumor? And we just heard about the advances in proton therapy, so this may be the ideal combination. Finally, angiogenesis is the target of many new drugs, and the target we are selecting are integrins, which are expressed on endothelial cells, which actually migrate into the tumor tissue. As you can see, you can stop this angiogenetic process by actually blocking integrins. Silengitide is a medication which is currently used in glioma patients. So the imaging of the target is important for predicting therapy. And this is a patient with an ENT tumor, which depicts the tumor shown in red in the area with angiogenetic activity shown in blue. It also shows the tumor tissue is quite heterogeneous, and it's maybe understandable if you give now an anti-angiogenetic drug, which only acts at the blue sites, may only partially affect the fate of this given tumor. Finally, I think we are using these imaging probes not only for therapy, but also for diagnostic, but also for therapy. Especially in neuroendocrine tumors, the somatostatin receptor expression is increased, and you see on this example with a radio label which targets the somatostatin receptors here very nicely shown in the liver and in the abdomen, and you can use this data actually to do dosimetry and actually adjust the therapy in a given patient. So to summarize, I think the future of molecular imaging will lead, on the one hand, to an earlier detection of disease by providing very sensitive signals for early biological alteration in tumor tissue. Secondly, it will help us to tailor therapy by providing actually information on the fate or on the uptake of the pharmaceuticum in the tumor, as well as the individual response of the patient to a given therapy. And hopefully, as it's all our aim, to prolong the life in our patient by using this interaction between therapy and diagnostics, and the term of theranostics is now used by many people to describe this interplay between diagnosis and therapy. And I believe this will be a very important tool actually to make the personalized medicine possible. So let me conclude. The metabolic imaging with PET-CT has become in many countries a standard method for detection and staging of cancer. The clinical impact of molecular imaging is increasingly appreciated. However, with any new technique, I think further rigid prospective validation is necessary, which also adds to the topic of standardization, which was a topic of several talks this morning. I believe that the integration of therapeutic management of patients will increase the acceptance of the concept of individualized medicine, and at the end it will win because it may be or will be more cost efficient. There are numerous new tracers being developed. However, there is a very complex regulatory process, especially in US and Europe, to get these new compounds in clinical environment. Therefore, it's a need that many centers work together in order to accelerate the validation process. I'd like to thank you very much for your attention.
Большое спасибо. Очень...
Thank you very much. That was a very interesting presentation, and that's a very interesting direction. Thank you very much. Our next presentation will be from Francisco Cavalli, Perspective Directions for the Development of Oncology.
Ladies and gentlemen, what I will try to do in the next 20 minutes is to discuss two different aspects which are, however, interrelated, as you will see. On the one side, how to develop modern structure in the fight against cancer, and on the other side, the global situation, which of course is determining also how we can structure the fight against cancer. Now, an important sentence to start, I think. Very often, mainly in the Western countries, some people believe that there is one solution which is the same for all countries in the world, and sometimes they even try to impose their solution to other people. I don't think that this is the right approach. There is no one solution which fits all in structuring the fight against cancer. We have general rules, and I will try to discuss some of them, but they have to be adapted to the local conditions, and only so can we solve the problem. That means that we have first to assess the situation. Each one of us has to assess the situation in the country, in the region where he lives, to consider the disease burden, which is different from one region to the other, the available resources, the resources which can be provided, which is the logistic which is already in place, and which is the logistic which can be put in place. And within that, and if possible within a national cancer control plan, which should be present in every country of the world as requested by the World Cancer Declaration, then you have to set goals where you want to arrive and to say when you want to arrive there and there and there. Now, this is the overall chart of the different epidemiological situation in the different countries based on, as you see, the very high Human Development Index, the high Human Development Index, medium and low. And as you see, the epidemiology is quite different. And we are now here, and Kazakhstan, for instance, belongs, based on this UN index, to the high development index countries, while some other countries of CSI belong to the low to the medium human development index and no one to the real low. But just considering high and medium high development index countries, you see that the epidemiology is quite different. Here, like in Kazakhstan, we have breast cancer on the first, number one, then lung, colorectal, prostate, stomach, while here you have lung, stomach, liver, breast, and colorectal. So that gives you an overall assessment of the epidemiology. But of course, this is not sufficient because if we just look, for instance, at the importance of infectious diseases as a cause of tumors, you see that worldwide in 2008 we had about 13 million new cases. About 2 million cases were attributable to infectious disease, so 16%. But it varies very much. In the less developed countries, it can be till 23% in the average. In the more developed countries, 7% in the average, but the variation is huge. The lowest one is New Zealand with 3.3%, and the highest are the sub-Saharan Africa countries with almost 33% of the tumor, which are caused by infectious agents. And the vast majority are caused by H. pylori, hepatitis B, C, and HPV. So, and you know that even within Kazakhstan, of course Kazakhstan is a big nation, but in different regions you have a different incidence of H. pylori, hepatitis B and C, and HPV, and so you have to know which is the situation in the region where you live. Now, the global situation which we are confronting, and I alluded to that already this morning, is what I call the looming disaster. That means that in 2008 we had worldwide 13 million new cases, while for 2030, if nothing fundamental is changing, we will have 22 million cases worldwide. That 7.6 million 2008, 13 million 2030. And this is related to many factors, to the aging of the population, to the fact that the environment is worsened, is related to different factors, but it's also related to what I have called the westernization trends, to the rapid societal and economical changes in low and middle income countries. There is a change in pattern with some decline in cervical and stomach cancer, alongside with an increase more or less marked according to the different regions in breast, prostate, and colorectal cancer. Now, my preliminary conclusion at this point, having reviewed briefly this data, is that in order to be able to devise health structure to fight against cancer, you must know what you are dealing with, and that means that there is an absolute necessity of a well-functioning cancer registry. And this is point 1 of the World Cancer Declaration. So without that, it is very difficult to plan anything in that field. Now, the next necessity is to have a logistic structure which allows you to optimally fight cancer. And in my opinion, the best structure is the one which is centered on center of excellence, which, however, have to be closely networking with smaller, less sophisticated centers with which they are cooperating very intensively. And this is particularly true for big nations like Kazakhstan, where you cannot travel 500 or 800 kilometers to go to the center of excellence, but where the center of excellence must be networking with smaller centers so that the patients can be treated within a reasonable geographic situation. I think this is very important because in the past, too often, in many countries, good centers of excellence were built, but many patients did not have access to that because they were living too far away, or they were diagnosed
much too late because the local physicians, the local center of health did not have sufficient experience and did not have any contact with the center of excellence in order to get acquainted to the modern ways of diagnosing cancer. This structure, to have center of excellence networked with smaller centers, is necessary not only for early detection, not only for ensuring optimal treatment, but also prevention, because most of our prevention actions go through such centers. You can, of course, do that through TV and media, but very often people believe much more in what their physicians is telling them. So just having this structure, which is functional, will allow you to have the best structure to carry out prevention. In turn, that means, and this is particularly true for cancer, that the structure and the efficiency of healthcare system together with universal coverage is the most important key for the fight against cancer. This is, for instance, not so true for AIDS. AIDS is much easier to tackle because it's just one disease and you can distribute some pills today, and you don't need a big structure, multidisciplinary, which is taking care of 200 different diseases like it is the case of cancer. So, and this is the most important message that we should give, and as UICC we always give to the politicians, it will be impossible to fight cancer if you do not tackle the problem of the healthcare structure. And this is the very reason also why many governments are not so inclined to tackle the cancer problem, because that would mean that they would have to put a lot of resources in improving the healthcare structure, what is, for instance, done currently here in Kazakhstan. The next must, and this is a very important problem that is present in many countries, and we have seen that partially also in very developed countries, is that it is very difficult, mainly today, and I connect to what has just been said, to devise the right treatment for cancer if you have not an optimal pathology. Today, we are not dealing only with 200 different types of cancer, but for instance in lymphoma, and tomorrow we will discuss lymphomas, we are dealing with more than 35 different lymphomas, and very often it is absolutely you cannot treat the case of lymphoma if you are not sure which subtypes of lymphoma are you confronted with. So without a good functioning pathology, and today that means also molecular pathology, it becomes more and more impossible to devise modern treatment of cancer. So besides register and besides the overall logistic, when I am asked where should we put resources in training first, my answer is first in pathology, because there is where the fight against cancer then starts in the clinic. And the other point is rather a cultural revolution. It is an absolute necessity of a multidisciplinary approach. And I think, well, I told you already this morning that from the European School of Oncology we have two projects here in Kazakhstan for early detection in breast cancer and colorectal cancer, and we have seen that often physicians do not talk together. Last week I was shown a case where the radiologist saw in a mammography a suspicion for a breast cancer, but then the surgeon to whom the patient went said, well, no, there's nothing, come in 6 months. But the two didn't talk together. So that's not the way today cancer treatment should be devised. Cancer treatment is a multidisciplinary approach. Without tumor boards, without multidisciplinary discussions, you will make a lot of mistakes. Now, let's look at the future to be able to devise which is the foreseeable future. Well, we will have better radiotherapy and also financially more accessible radiotherapy equipment, even for countries which today are not able to buy the linear accelerators. There are now linear accelerators which will be which can be bought for less than $1 million, which is 3 or 4 times less than it was in the past. The other point which remains very important is that chemotherapy and hormonotherapy for the foreseeable future will remain the cornerstones of systemic treatment. Well, you just heard about personalized medicine. Of course I believe in personalized medicine. I'm a medical oncologist, and I believe that this will be the future, but it is to a great extent, for the time being, the future, because for the time being we lack still a lot of reliable diagnostic tools. We know some biomarkers, but we need many more biomarkers in order to be able to do personalized medicine. And the so-called intelligent drugs, for the time being, have had a limited success. In the adjuvant situation, there is just one study with Herceptin which showed a difference in survival by using this kind of modern intelligent drugs. In the advanced situation, there are a bit more, but Glivec is for a specific disease where you have just one abnormality, while in most tumors you have very many abnormalities, and Herceptin and rituximab make a difference only together with chemotherapy. So I think there is a lot of hype which is made about that. Of course, this is the future, but for the time being, you have to treat the patients that you have today and not dream about what will be the situation in 5 or 10 years from now. Overall, and this is one of the reasons why the results are getting worse, because the mortality rate of cancer is dramatically worse in the low and middle income countries compared to the rich countries. This is due to the fact that in many countries, in Asia, in Africa, in Latin America, the healthcare structure has become weaker in the last decades. Talking about here, and I am bringing here a paper which was recently published in The Lancet, which was stating the public health system in the countries of the former Soviet Union, previously universally accessible, albeit often inefficient, have been disrupted by reduction in funding and rapid privatizations. And this is one of the reasons why, for instance, Russia has lost quite some year in the life expectancy. So the other point of current evolution is the explosion of cost of systemic treatment. Even for old drugs, the new drugs, I don't talk about them, some of the new drugs cost in Western Europe till 150,000 euros per patient a year, which is absolutely unaffordable for most healthcare systems in the world. But even old drugs like thalidomide, when it was discovered that thalidomide was useful for myeloma, at that moment it was free of charge. We could use free of charge thalidomide. Now it costs $2,000 a month. And this is also the result of the agreement on trade relation aspects of intellectual property rights, the DOA round, which has exacerbated the problem worldwide. Well, what to do in this situation with the costs which are exploding? Prevention becomes even more important because it is a less expensive aspect of that. And for instance, the Framework Convention against Tobacco, which is the first worldwide convention on a health matter, should be enforced. Put more emphasis on early detection, we have already discussed that. But also concerning treatment, we have to do something. If we want to have real solution, we have to change the rules, but while we await that the rules have changed, we can do something. I have no time to discuss that, but this is just one project in which I was involved for 25 years in Central America, and which showed that with an investment which is relatively small, $200,000 a year, we were able, through our twinning programs, to go in pediatric oncology for a cure rate of 0 to a cure rate of 50%. So if you use well the resources that you have, you can achieve a lot, even if we don't have too many resources. There are other examples, and just look at the citation paper which was published in The Lancet recently, how to improve the situation in the low and middle income country. You know that recently the UN, and this is only the second UN summit which has been devoted to health. There has been 15 years ago a UN summit devoted to AIDS. Last September there was a second UN summit devoted to non-communicable diseases, mainly cancer. So it was very important that this took place, and that the UN has decided that, as recognized as cancer is probably the major problem in health which the world will be confronted with in the next decades. But alas, at the end, there was no final decision about goals, about how many resources to put into that fight. So we have to go further, and the World Health Organization has recently decided that we should do everything we can to reduce by 25% the mortality of non-communicable diseases within the next 12 years. And they are preparing the second framework convention, which will oblige the rich countries to devote 0.01% of the internal product for research on how to solve the problem in the low and middle income countries. So there are some steps which are being carried out, but I am convinced that mainly for treatment we have to change the rule. And here is a proposition put forward by Dr. Stiglitz, a Nobel Prize laureate in economy, who is saying, if we want to avoid the explosion of cost, we have to abandon the principle of patents. The government have to compensate the industry for developing new molecules, but not through the system of patent. And most of the research from phase 1 to phase 3 should no longer be carried out by industry, but by the government. And this is the very reason, and this is my last slide, while from the European School of Oncology, as a party for the 30th anniversary of the foundation of the European School of Oncology, we will have at the end of October a meeting which we have called the World Oncologic Forum. We will convene 100 experts. It's a closed meeting, 100 experts, some Nobel Prize laureates, a lot of people from policymakers, industry, press, media, basic researcher, and so on. And the question that we are putting to them is, are we really winning the war against cancer? And our working hypothesis, which I alluded to already during the press conference this morning, is that, yes, from a scientific and medical point of view, we are winning the war, but from a social global point of view, if we do not change a lot of things, we are losing the battle. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for nice report, Professor. Next speaker from Great Britain, Mr. Lynch.
Hello, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Greetings from Great Britain, first of all. Thank you so much for attending today, and thank you for the invitation from the Congress for me to talk today a little bit about palliative care development in the Republic of Kazakhstan. I feel quite humbled to be speaking after so many eminent experts have talked about the great progress that's been made in oncology and radiotherapy in this country. But I feel very pleased that palliative care has been placed on the agenda at this Congress, as I believe it's a firm and essential part of the healthcare system in this country. This morning when I was interviewed on television to ask about what effects maybe this Congress would have in terms of palliative care development, I said I thought it was very important to raise awareness in the media and also in society in general in Kazakhstan about the discipline of palliative care, but also maybe to raise awareness amongst a lot of healthcare professionals, not just at this Congress, but also in wider publications and media outlets. I think it's also very important to be able to reduce the stigma and discrimination that's sometimes associated with words like hospice and cancer. So I think, again, it's a great thing, this Congress. If I could just tell you a little bit about myself, I work as an international palliative care consultant for the Open Society Foundation International Palliative Care Initiative in New York. I also work for the International Observatory on End-of-Life Care at Lancaster University, based in the School of Health and Medicine in the UK. I've worked with the Worldwide Palliative Care Alliance. I'm on 2 task forces with the European Association for Palliative Care, and I'm a mentor for the International Pain and Policy Fellowship at the University of Wisconsin World Health Organization Regional Collaborating Center in Wisconsin, USA. Next. Okay, so key themes in palliative care. The basic themes in palliative care should address the physical, emotional, social and psychological and spiritual needs of not only the patient but also of other family members. Cicely Saunders was the founder of the international hospice movement at St Christopher's Hospice in London in 1967. And when she was a healthcare professional all of her life, and when she died in 2005, she was interviewed. And during her interview, she said that she'd been a doctor, a nurse, and a social worker all her life, but the hardest part of her life had been a patient. And I think that kind of reflects the ethos of palliative care and the need to deal with spiritual and psychological needs also. So another absolute must and an integral part of the hospice is that it's a comprehensive and multifaceted organisation with services that are delivered by a qualified interdisciplinary team. Okay, next. A central feature of hospice care then is the ability for healthcare professionals, patients and families, other managements, volunteers, fundraisers, etc., to work together for a common purpose in setting up hospices and in integrated care. So you've got a wide range of individuals and groups who combine all their efforts to create effective working within the hospice environment. So examples will be basically the centre will be the patient and family members, but also them staff, hospice staff, doctors, nurses, social workers, management teams, fundraisers, volunteers, physiotherapists and other people from the interdisciplinary team. So why are standards needed? Why do you need palliative care standards in Kazakhstan or any other country? Well, the fact that there's so many different disciplines working within the environment of the hospice to bring coordinated care to the patient and the family member means there's often a different interpretation of the understanding of what palliative care is. So palliative care standards are needed to kind of coordinate all these different ideas and bring them into one document which can provide best and most effective care. For example, a lot of healthcare professionals would see healthcare as palliative care, but social workers will maybe think about social care as being palliative care, and sometimes there can be some kind of conflict and in between those two different schools of thought. So standards are there to define the expectations of patients and families, to provide a framework for staff members, for communities, and other key stakeholders in delivery of palliative care services. Sorry, next. Okay, so to ensure that palliative care services are maintained while continuing current efforts to extend coverage, this is important because at the moment in Kazakhstan there's 6 palliative care services that are providing inpatient care and 1 home care team to serve the country. And I was asked this morning again in a television interview about the comparison between the UK and Kazakhstan. But I had to say to the interviewer that this just isn't comparable. And it's not comparable because of different cultural contexts, different historical backgrounds. So it's more important maybe to start to think about comparisons with neighbouring countries in this region and how that can be played out. So standards are also needed to address variations in the quality of services that are provided and to define an absolute minimum quality that will enable comprehensive palliative care coverage. In that sense, in terms of comparing with other countries, I think it's very important for Kazakhstan to become a bigger player on the international perspective. I work for the Worldwide Palliative Care Alliance, and we did a world map of palliative care, which has since been published as a journal article coming out in the Journal of Pain and Symptom Management, which is going to detail the different levels of palliative care in each country of the world. And it's shown in a sequence of maps, and it's going to enable countries to be able to evaluate their status in terms of palliative care development against some of their neighbours. And this can be used as a great tool for advocacy, to go to a government and say, look, you know, our next door neighbours are doing well, we're not doing quite as well, or vice versa. You know, so I think it's a good idea if it's possible for Kazakhstan to become more involved on the international stage. Next. So the aim of the standards is basically to provide an essential tool and guide for continued development of palliative care in this country that will serve to influence planning and provision of palliative care delivery at all levels. Next. The standards are underpinned by the WHO public health model and based on a review of existing palliative care standards throughout the world. And again, this comes back to the international perspective, that it's good to get the standards developed in line with a lot of other international standards to try and raise that bar to other areas and other regions of the world if possible. But very important, and something that Franco just mentioned, and it's extremely important, is the need for people like me, for example, not to come from the West and start to try and impose what I think are the right values and beliefs on other people in this area. So I think it's very important to recognise the need to develop a culturally appropriate set of standards that reflect the values, beliefs of the people of Kazakhstan. Next. I was very pleased that palliative care was put onto the plenary session, because most oncology conferences that I go to, it's usually put onto a backbench on a side room on a Saturday afternoon, somewhere out of the way. So I'm really privileged to be able to come and talk a little bit about palliative care. And I think it's to the credit of this Congress that they've actually put the discipline up there, like I said, as an essential part of the healthcare system. As part of that process, the standards that are being developed, and they're being developed by a number of people, including the Soros Foundation of Kazakhstan, the International Palliative Care Initiative, Kazakhstan School of Public Health, and Professor Kozhanov. And they're actually not intended to duplicate or replace clinical standards. They're actually there to try and help the standards to be developed alongside those that are currently maintained by service providers. So, for example, guidelines to pain management, which are available in Kazakhstan, or HIV/AIDS guidelines. But they're also there to try and establish evaluation and quality performance indicators to try and drive up the actual level of services that are delivered in palliative care in the country over the next few years. Next. So the process for developing standards has been highly participatory. It's involved a wide range of key stakeholders. We've had working group meetings on a regular basis. I've been coming to Kazakhstan now for the last 3.5 years, and we've continued to develop the standards through different working groups and subcommittees. Next. It's absolutely imperative that the standards work in collaboration with the Ministry of Health and to ensure that palliative care is integrated fully into healthcare policy. This is necessary to ensure sustainability, and if there's a key word to this presentation relating to palliative care, it is sustainability. When asked this morning how palliative care could be developed in the future in Kazakhstan, I said the only way really was to try and develop things like palliative care standards, do a palliative care needs assessment, and get the basic building blocks of how palliative care can be developed in this country. But that takes time, and it's not going to happen overnight. It's going to happen over the next few years, and it'll be developed by a lot of committed and enthusiastic individuals in this country, along with a number of excellent organisations. People who are champions in palliative care, and these champions in palliative care often go out on training and education courses, for example, and come back and they train what we call the trainers. They'll train other people in hospice and palliative care environments. So champions of palliative care are extremely important, but it's also extremely important for palliative care to become fully included in education and training programs for undergraduates and postgraduate in medicine and nursing. There's a number of excellent training education initiatives ongoing in Kazakhstan. I've been going for quite some time, provided by Soros Foundation, for example, Kazakhstan School of Public Health, involving people going from this country to other countries like Romania and Poland and Russia for training. but also international experts coming to this country and providing excellent training for the people who work in hospice and palliative care here. A further important point, and part of the WHO public health model, is to make sure that essential medicines are available for the population. And this ties in extremely well with the oncological perspective, and this is why I was glad to be able to speak a little about this afternoon. In Kazakhstan, there appears to me, from doing a needs assessment here, there appears that many forms of medications are available, and that pain relief guidelines are used and are in operation in hospice and palliative care environments. But some of the comments we got back was that some of the medications on the WHO essential medicines list are not available in the country, and also that some of the quality of medications is quite poor at times. On top of that, it's important, the World Health Organization produced a booklet about ensuring balance in accessibility and availability of opioids to make sure that the prevention of abuse is an important point for any government, but it's also got to be counterbalanced with the need to provide opioids for people with a terminal illness at the end of life. In addition, sometimes in a lot of the countries I visit, there's excessively strict legislation and bureaucracy relating to opioids, which needs to be changed in order to increase and improve accessibility and availability. And then there's cultural ideas and social cultural beliefs about addiction and dependence, for example, but also about sometimes in society that pain is necessary and that asking for pain relief is seen as a form of weakness of some kind. Next. Okay, so the WHO definition of palliative care underpins the standards, and again it goes back to the international perspective we talked about to try and get a closer alignment between the development of palliative care in Kazakhstan and the international development of palliative care, not only on a European basis with the European Association of Palliative Care, for example, but also on a global perspective with organisations like Worldwide Palliative Care Alliance and World Health Organization. Next. Okay, so another principle underpinning the standards was said is a WHO public health model, which is population and risk factor oriented as opposed to symptom or disease oriented, and based on government policies and getting palliative care integrated into the system, availability of drugs, and sufficient education and training of healthcare professionals in this area. Next. Palliative care and human rights, again, needs to be viewed from an international perspective. Palliative care is a fundamental human right, and it's a right that's enshrined in numerous international human rights treaties. And I think that the second paragraph here says that countries have an obligation. Every country has an obligation. This is not an option. Countries have an obligation to progressively implement palliative care services to the best of their abilities and as quickly as possible to protect people from unnecessary pain. Next. So basic principles which underpin all palliative care standards are the respect for autonomy, recognising the right of the individual to be able to make the decision for himself or herself on their own values and beliefs. Justice relating to fairness in the application of care to which patients are medically and legally entitled. Next. Beneficence, the prevention and removal of harm while doing or trying to promote good. Healthcare teams should do positive acts in maximising benefits, and non-maleficence, which supposes that one should not inflict harm on a deliberate basis. Next. So the scope of the standards will be applicable to everyone with a life-threatening illness and their families, cover the whole continuum of care, including prevention, care and support, and particularly treatment and end-of-life care within the context of palliative care. Next. It'll be developed to suit different levels of service provision, primary, intermediate and tertiary, within the organisational capacity of various service providers. That would be inpatient and outpatient services in hospice or hospital, daycare, care homes, hospice at home, etc. And special consideration needs to be given to particular groups in the community when trying to apply the standards on a generic basis, particularly those with special needs or prisoners, for example. Next. So they're based on levels of service delivery to ensure that at any level and point of service provision, individuals can access effective palliative care services. And the standards elaborate the quality requirements and criteria for each level of service delivery. Next. So as I said, the primary basic level would represent what is essential or the minimum package for palliative care. Now that would be something probably that would be applicable maybe to countries in this region on a whole different level of palliative care ethos. The second level will be the secondary or intermediate level, which provides a wide range of components. Again, it could be applicable to a lot of the countries in this region. And this is information we've got from the Worldwide Palliative Care Alliance study. Level 3, the tertiary, will be really the gold standard and what people would want and is desirable for a specialist palliative care service to be able to offer people at the end of life. Next. So implementing the standards, this was a point that was made in the standardisation presentation this morning, that it's no good having standards that are on the statute book or integrated into the healthcare system if the people who use the standards or intended to use the standards don't actually implement them. So it's important that service providers are encouraged to provide feedback on whether the standards are feasible and appropriate, and also to give the views about whether they're actually working, not just in principle, more importantly in practice. Next. So the standards provide a framework to develop and strengthen quality evaluation and develop public policy in relation to palliative care. Next. They're designed to improve the quality of current palliative care programmes, create new ones, and get palliative care integrated into the existing healthcare structure. And there'll be self-assessment and peer-to-peer assessment to ensure continuous improvement. Next. So I'll just briefly run through the principles. The actual standards themselves are very close to completion now. We're estimating that they will be submitted to the Ministry of Health either later this year, maybe at the beginning of next year. Thanks to the efforts of, like I said earlier, a whole range of different people. So the standards have been developed now for over about three years. And these are some of the basic principles, but these principles have been elaborated since. So these aren't the finished products, but these are some of the basic principles. So as we said earlier, palliative care for all patients who need it, and the goal to provide a range of care oriented towards the needs of the patient and the family. Next. So the scope should address a range of physical, emotional, psychological, spiritual and social needs, and delivered by an interdisciplinary team comprising of a wide range of individuals. Next. Very important, and again mentioned numerous times today, was the fact that each hospice interdisciplinary team needs to develop and maintain an individualised care plan in conjunction with the patient and the family. So that's very important, that it must be done in conjunction with the patients and the people that the patient feels is important in their life. So Principle 6 is about nutrition, to be adapted to the patient's needs. Next. Again, continuity of care is very important, and good communication between staff, family and all the other disciplines within the interdisciplinary team needs to be maintained. Safety and infection control will be another standard, another principle to identify and decrease risks of infection, and the hospice needs to develop and implement an infection control programme. Next. So medication, equipment and consumables for treating the patient are required, and also each hospice service should have an organised governing body which takes ultimate responsibility for the organisation as a whole. Next. Again, the hospice needs to define a systematic and planned approach to maintain and improve the performance in delivering palliative care services, and maintain a confidential, comprehensive and accurate record of care services which are provided for the patient and family. Next. As we said earlier, hospice and palliative care services should be provided in a variety of settings, so inpatient and outpatient, but also care homes and older people's homes and nursing homes, for example. And we mentioned about the ethical issues, about the intention of providing palliative care to give benefit to the patient and family whilst causing them no harm. Next. Of course, in reality, the care of patients requires serious financial and human resources to ensure accessibility, quality and continuity of care. The hospices that provide that care at the moment in Kazakhstan provide excellent care and do a fantastic job. I've seen it firsthand. But unfortunately, there's large areas of the country that don't have any coverage at all, particularly rural areas. And I think that needs to be addressed at some stage. And obviously, like we said this morning, in terms of providing more hospice and palliative care services, maybe of a different form, maybe more based on home care services, which are maybe easier to maintain and more suitable and more appropriate for the culture of this country as well. So a big principle, education and training for professionals, volunteers, but also patients, families and carers. And staff and care providers support. Caring for people at the end of life is very stressful for family members, for medical staff, for volunteers who are involved with them. So care should be provided. And finally, caring for children in the palliative care setting presents a set of unique and challenging problems which need specific address. Okay, thank you. Have anybody any questions for me?
Thank you very much for very nice presentation. This about palliative care, about future palliative care in Kazakhstan. This problem is very actually and important in our country. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Следующее сообщение. Излечение больных, факторы прогноза.
Next presentation will be done now by Alexander Polikov. Thank you very much to the Congress, and thank you for paying attention to pediatric oncology. That's a positive development, and it will provide a great impetus to the development of oncology in general in Kazakhstan. In January of 1962, the first pediatric oncology department was set up. It was set up by Lev Durnov. Many of you know him very well, or know of him at least, and last year we celebrated his posthumous jubilee. Unfortunately, he's not with us, but we remember him. Pediatric oncology was identified as a medical specialty in 1987 by standing order of the Ministry of Health of the former Soviet Union, because we have here mostly adult oncologists, and morphologically pediatric oncology is very different from adult oncology. Mostly we have blastomas and solid tumors. And that includes kidney tumors, bone tumors, neuroblastomas, etc. So the main methods of treatment in pediatric oncology is complex therapy, because now we have polychemotherapy, and pretty much all of our patients now receive polychemotherapy, and one of the components of which is radio treatment, and also surgery is on the books for pediatric oncology. Unfortunately, the existing forecasting factors do not always work every time and for every patient, and that has to do mostly with chromosome aberrations, which now have been identified for different tumors such as soft tissue sarcoma, Williams tumor. And identification of chromosome aberrations is a very important criterion for different types of leukemias. As for tumor markers, of which we know now more than 200 in pediatric oncology, because half of them are mesenchymal tumors. Then we have tumor markers for neuroblastomas and gangrenic tumors. Those are markers that you can practically identify and that you can use to trace the progress of your disease. For example, during germinogenic tumors, that's chorionic gonadotropin and lactate dehydrogenase. And here you see forecasts both favorable and unfavorable in the absence or presence of these markers, plus forecasts also affected by the level of markers, what level of markers, normalization of level of markers, and depending on the speed of normalization.
The tumor embolus in vessels and residual tumors. As a result, when we can control those markers, the survival rate is 81%, which is quite a good number, which is not very different from the in osteosarcomas. An unfavorable factor is the primary resection, the consolidation during chemotherapy, development of local relapse within 1 year after surgery, and the risk of lung problems goes up when there is a local relapse. This is the non-relapse survival rate in patients in localized and in generalized spread. The red line is when we have a disseminated process. In the face of disease decides a lot. In medulloblastoma, the unfavorable prognostic factors are age, below 3 years, residual tumor exceeding 1.5 centimeters, and unfavorable morphology of medulloblastoma. Besides, molecular markers also play a role when there is a beta-catenin, that's a favorable factor, or albacemic, that is a negative factor in medulloblastoma treatment. Other malignant neoplasms are characterized by dependence of the prognosis on the structure of the affected organ. For example, in Wilms tumor, using the base of 550 patients, you can see the huge variation in survival rate depending on the stage of disease. Besides, there is a high risk of Wilms tumor and rhabdoid variation of tumor. Wilms tumor is a little bit lower. We have good results for hepatoblastoma. It's different from hepatocarcinoma. Hepatoblastoma is highly sensitive to chemotherapy, and a prognostic factor here is the level of alpha-fetoprotein, on the basis of which we make a decision whether to go for surgery or not. And neoadjuvant therapy allows to achieve 85 or 80% cases surgery, and the survival rate of hepatoblastoma without treatment, children don't survive more than 4 months. The surgery allows 5% of patients to survive. The control group without chemotherapy, exposure to chemotherapy, in that case we have 36%. Now we achieved 86% of 5 years survival rate in children with hepatoblastoma. The same can be said about armiosarcoma. Here you see the examples of the sarcoma of bladder and prostate. The results reach 70 to 85%. That's a huge win for child pediatric oncology. Most of the patients could be treated by chemotherapy, radiotherapy. Other ways include new immune agents, cellular therapy, allotransplantation, that is divided into identical transplantation of stem cells. They could be used in systemic leukemias and lymphomas and in solid tumors. But in solid tumors, we use plasma transplantation. An example, our institute conducted a study of stem cell transplantation in leukemia, and the survival rate is 40%, which is quite outstanding. Right now, we are doing a lot of work on the usage of vaccines. We focus on dendrite cells received from monocytes of the patients. This is an experimental treatment. We have good results, though. In for a lot, using the dendrite-based vaccines, Poliade received good results in treating gliomas. the results are pretty good. The results of child treatment, depending on the stage of the disease, the results vary depending on the advancement of the stage of the same disease. We achieved a lot in the process of work with these children. However, unfortunately, we see some problems as well. Not only the problems in the process of treatment, but some problematic factors affect the risks of consequences and implications, such as late complications, genetic complications as well. We conducted analysis and came to the conclusion that implications affect the growth and development of a child, on skeletal maturation, on social and emotional and sexual development, fertility, reproductive function, and unfortunately there could be secondary tumors post-treatment, depending on the therapy that children receive in the course of treatment. In the period from 1977 through 2010, we analyzed many cases. We studied the secondary tumors, we studied the social and psychological status, quality of life, and we had a comparison group. On the basis of the analysis of the physical state, it was identified that in a high percentage of patients, practically a quarter of patients have gastric problems, in 30% suffer from immune system problems, cardiovascular, breathing systems, and 30% of patients who went through this study, only 30% of patients didn't have any modifications in their organs. This is an example of what happens as a result of treatment when we use various chemotherapy agents and beam therapy in diagnosis of atrophy of osteonecrosis, wrong development of teeth, late growth with gamma therapy is different from proton therapy. It's very different. Unfortunately, in many regions of our country, we have the photon therapy that brings us these results. Osteoporosis, affected by food, chemotherapy, immobility, hyperthyroidism, hypothyroidism, and osteoporosis as a result of that. Osteonecrosis, since children are exposed to radioactivity, they receive corticosteroids, and teenagers, for example, in this case you see the osteonecrosis of the hip joint, teeth anomalies after radiation, we have the dysfunctional glands. All of this has to be taken into account. We often, in many cases, we see cardiomyopathy because we have to use the tetracycline medications. It happens that in the case of relapses, the dosages are doubled. The age of patients is important as well, and in female children, which is important as well. After radiation, if heart is radiated, it results in pericarditis, many heart problems, ischemia of heart, especially when heart is directly radiated. The young children, young patients are most vulnerable. Pulmonary complications depend on the dose and exposure to chemotherapy. Gliomycin is an active agent, and cyclophosphan, as well as thoracic radiation in case of spinal and brain tumors. The dysfunctions in lungs, fibrosis, pneumothorax are among the implications and consequences. There could be also metabolic complications that can develop in adulthood, especially after transplantation of stem cells or bone marrow, after treatment of brain tumors, and after treatment of systemic blood problems. The hypothalamus dysfunction, thyroid dysfunction, reproductive problems. They seem easily treatable. Hormonal therapy improves the quality of life, and monitoring matters as well. It's important to identify and detect such metabolic problems early. There could be abnormalities of growth, early puberty, deficit of various hormones, obesity. Obesity post-leukemia is quite a widespread common complication. It's one of the risk factors, especially after cranial radiation, after corticosteroids, in early childhood, and in female patients. It's a risk to health because it results in hypertension, diabetes, and various cardiovascular diseases. There could be another complication is ovary dysfunctions, impotence, lack of embryo cells. Post-radiation, when the dosage is more than 2 or 3 grays in testes, results in sterilization. Chemotherapeutic medications such as cyclophosphamide, cyclazine, carmustine. The risk depends on the cumulative dose. Small amounts have no implications and patients recover, but big doses result in infertility. We have problems with pregnancies as well. We have many children who want to get married and want to have children, but they can't get them. There is a high risk of tumors and heart failures in children of cancer survivors. There is a high risk of hereditary mutations. That's about kidney tumor and herinoblastoma. The total radiation of the whole body and the stomach. Such patients have small children and early termination of pregnancy. The medications mentioned here, when taken at young age, could be toxic for a reproductive system, and the consequences are made even more severe by radiation and surgical intervention. Which results in lesions and other problems and complications. In order to reduce the consequences of treatment has to be risk adapted. Secondly, it's necessary to take into account the development of protective mechanisms of the body and timely corrective therapy. In some regions, as it was mentioned today, doctors follow by the book. They give medications without support therapy needed. Cisplatin, carboplatin, and other, when you use other neuro and nephrotoxic drugs. Besides that, we looked into psychological disorders of our patients. The most common problems were asthenia syndrome. Asthenic syndrome, it is considered common for young children. It's a common somatogenic problem. In many cases, there are complaints about physical asthenia, fatigue, etc. But on the basis of physiological asthenia, the psychological asthenia can develop. In the youngest age group, the highest stressogenic factors are hospitalization, the day-to-day hospital living, limitation of games, unpleasant manipulations, pain for all the children and teenagers who are more aware of their diseases. The stressogenic factor is dangerous disease, which is viewed as a threat to future successful functioning, and adaptation disorders, neurotic and affective symptoms. In the process of treatment and post-treatment, children can have such disorders. Age is a determinant factor in young school age children. They may have phobias, fears, while mood problems aren't key because children don't yet understand what they are going through. For teenagers, they have more depressive symptoms. Unfortunately, there are psychosocial complications, late psychosocial complications for our former patients. They have problems in adaptation to education, to marriage. They have problems with adaptation and adjustment to their disability. Unfortunately, another worsening factor is development of second solid tumors. There is a quite long latent period that is estimated by different foreign scientists to be 7 to 15 years. The accumulated risk in 12 to 15% of patients is 25 years. That's the period when the secondary tumors develop as a result of chemotherapy and radiation therapy. The risk is high in patients with genetic mutations, and among secondary tumors, the adult type of tumors prevail. We studied more than 4,000 people. Out of them, we identified 105 patients. That was 2.6%. Those are patients with second tumors. Among them, 86, which is 82%, were the patients with malignant tumors. The rest were with benevolent neoplasms. Obviously, we give the secondary treatment to such patients in adulthood. You see, the primary, out of 45 patients, there were 45 patients. 13 had nephroblastoma. The second tumors were the thyroid, sarcoma, non-Hodgkin lymphoma, and retinoblastoma. Nephroblastoma, brain tumor, soft tissue tumor, thyroid tumor, thyroid carcinoma. For hemoblastosis patients, the ratio was the same for thyroid tumor, breast cancer, basiloma, skin, Hodgkin lymphoma, non-Hodgkin lymphoma, myeloid leukemia, neurogenic tumors, brain tumors, ovary cancer, and bone osteosarcoma, bone sarcoma. So the list of second tumors is quite wide. Astrocytoma. These patients, we had 86 with malignant tumors, were treated, received treatment. As a result of treatment, you could see that 65% fully recovered. Unfortunately, 35% of patients had either partially remission or stabilization process, but in most of the cases, their disease progressed. Obviously, these patients have different quality of life.
аспекты.
And that includes physical aspects, psychological aspects, social aspects. Already just talked about this, plus also spiritual aspects. This slide points all of that out, and the social status of people who suffered in childhood and survived in childhood oncological diseases. They have problems with the level of education. They're also limited in the choice of their professions because they have disability. Usually, sometimes they also lose a limb, and sometimes not of their organs are fully functional. Plus, they do not marry as often. Plus, they're worried about their reproductive health, and they worry about the health of their future children. And plus, educational level is also reduced in about 20%. After treatment, almost 60% nevertheless of children continue with their secondary or tertiary education. That's where most childhood cancer survivors work. 40% of them are professionals, and they do qualified work, and that the list of professions they usually go into after surviving cancer in childhood. That's a teacher, engineer, doctor, architect, translator. So mostly, most of them are very intellectually developed, and they go for intellectual professions that are in demand. The psychological status. Signs of psychological disbalances are apparent in about 30% of the survivors, and there is also different types of psychological disadaptation and anxiety, and that includes anxiety, attitude problems, insecurity, lack of independence in decision making, low self-esteem, etc., etc. Of all the people who are on follow-up care for us, 30% do not have any documented signs of physical malformities. They are completely healthy. Secondary tumors appeared in about 2.6%. Overall, quality life parameters for about 70% of survivors of ALL is twice lower than for healthy children. And ALL survivors, of course, require follow-up care. They also require forming risk groups, and that is why we established a group, risk group for malignancy. And that group also includes all types of malignancies, familial history, sporadic tumors, probands who suffered malignant processes in childhood, families with oncoteratogenic effects, and the so-called cancer families. Of course, that raises the question for the need of medical rehabilitation of survivors of childhood cancer. Survivability is very high for childhood cancer right now, for pediatric cancer, and that can reach from 60 to 80%. But that's why we need to have long-term follow-up care, because also there are also many secondary conditions, and rehabilitation, of course, has to be built on a complex foundation. Of course, that should include medical rehabilitation, resort rehabilitation, special rehabilitation, ambulatory rehabilitation, also providing prosthetics when there are also when there is a loss of function of different organs. Specialist care, psychological counseling also must be mandatory, and that should be provided by social workers, psychologists, psychiatrists. Informational support also must be provided to all the patients in order to showcase what kind of different life paths survivors can take, or when, of course, working with survivors, so it has to include working with family members, because they are just children and cannot function autonomously from their parents, and sometimes parents also suffer psychological damage from having their children suffering from cancer. And of course, we have to work on resocialization, because children, when they survive cancer, they have to spend about 2 or 4 even years in hospital treatment, and of course they are isolated from their peers, and that's why resocialization is very important. Plus, many of them get disability, and that isolates them even more. Social rehabilitation, whenever it is available, and that is actually also very important. Social rehabilitation also means that the medical rehabilitation is that much more effective. So you can see there is a linkage between the social and the medical. And in conclusion, I would like also to say once again, thank you very much for my teacher, academician Lev Abramovich Durnov, because by creating this specialty pediatric oncology, now we have a firm foundation for that, and he was instrumental in the development of this specialty, and that has importance not only for Russia but also for the former Soviet Union. Russia now spearheads the development of pediatric oncology for the former Soviet Union, and Kazakhstan also was one of those countries that now clearly sees how to improve the situation with pediatric oncology within its own borders, because now we have an opportunity to make a speech here at the plenary session, and tomorrow we have a standalone session on pediatric oncology. And on this slide you see our children, our survivors of cancer. So they are my grandchildren. So thank you very much for your attention. It was translated in exactly the same speech in which the speech was delivered. So thank you very much for this very extensive presentation. So you have fully used up the time allotted not only to you but to the rest of the speakers. There is a proposal, because as already said, we have used up all the time allotted for this session, and we have one more presentation after the coffee break. My proposal is, in order for us to rest up before the reception tonight, let's, instead of the coffee break, take a listen to what Professor Demidov has to say, and then we will break for good. So, dear Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for making me the culprit for denying people their rightful coffee. First of all, I would like to say that it's a great pleasure for me to come to Astana, to this excellent new town. And it's an honor for me to address such an authoritative audience. And what I'll be presenting about will not so much focus on just one pathology, but nevertheless I'll talk about this pathology a lot, because it's very resistant to all the existing forms of treatment. And of course, to begin with, I will talk about the level of knowledge about this disease. Morbidity. Morbidity has to do with too much sun exposure. Does it mean that sun exposure is harmful per se? No, exposure to sun is not bad, but what is bad is sunburn. It's a fact that has been proven now beyond any doubt. And children who get sunburns in childhood, they get malignant tumors 10, sometimes 20 years later, because the mean age for melanoma patients is about 40 plus years. So we need to understand that the sun is not really a bad thing per se, unless you avoid sunburns. And if you do that, and your children do that, then nothing bad should happen to you. In Russia, our annual morbidity is about 8,000 cases. Is that a lot or is that not much? There are countries which much higher rates of incidence of melanoma. And what can I say here? We see the progress of this disease in Russia. We get a lot more cases every year, and early diagnosis is pretty much non-existent in Russia. If we had early diagnosis, then actually our incidence rate should be much higher. When it comes to incidence of cancer, melanoma is not even top 10. It's about late top 20s. And urban dwellers get melanoma a lot more often than their rural counterparts. Why? It's because in urban areas people are more concerned about their health, and plus their disposable incomes are higher, and they have money to go to sunny resorts where they get sunburned. And that's what we have. Patients are diagnosed with localized melanomas in about 70% of cases. What is interesting is that the localized stage now is not really registered adequately. In other words, we register it as stage 1 and 2, and that's the visible part. But the invisible part is that according to the TNM classification of the International Anti-Cancer Union, we have to register 5 substages of this earliest melanoma. And what you can see here in blue is that unreporting and undiagnosis that we see, that we get. And it's obvious, actually. We also diagnose a lot of 2C, 2B melanomas, and we don't have 1A, 1B. Why? It's because we don't diagnose them early enough. And this is a very big problem, late diagnosis. And stage 3 and 4, they are metastatic stages. And what creates metastasis? Late stages of localized melanoma, and you can avoid that if you diagnose early and catch it at 1A or 1B stage. When it comes to treatment of melanoma, the first recommendations for treatment of melanoma were provided in 1907, as early as 105 years ago, by an English surgeon, and he counseled aggressive surgical approach towards incision of melanoma. But of course now, 105 years later, this kind of aggressive surgery is really not appreciated because early diagnosis is the name of the game, but in late stages we have adjuvant therapy options, interferon for example, but mostly it's chemo. And if schematically we look at what has been happening over the last 40 years, then from the moment of registration of decarbazine, and its registration took place in the mid-70s, nothing has changed. And nothing changed until 2011, and it was the year when 2 medications were registered, but in Russia that registration process isn't wrapped up yet fully. However, out there in the world, and that includes the European Union for the most part, North America, these drugs have been registered. And now I would like to dwell a little bit on this. Sometimes, of course, registration can be difficult, and melanoma is used as an example of cancer that is intractable in many cases, and many people believe melanoma to be intractable. So how, using these medications, how we can fight melanoma? First, we can modulate your immune response. Immune response is important. Sometimes we believe in the importance of immune response, sometimes we don't, but nevertheless, the level of knowledge of today allows us to say that the immune system is important, and you can involve the immune system in fighting melanoma. That means you have to overcome immune tolerance. The thing is that in natural conditions, T lymphocytes, and you can see them above, T lymphocytes cannot really make independent decisions to attack a tumor. For that, the lymphocyte must be assisted by a cell called the dendritic cell of phagocyte. This phagocyte, in conjunction with the T lymphocyte, launches a cascade process. The thing is, in natural conditions, the lymphocyte has a very specific receptor. It's called a fourth type receptor. This receptor is usually blocked by a co-stimulating molecule. And as a result, what you get is lack of immune response. In order to avoid autoimmune conditions, because we know that autoimmune conditions are very important, and in order to avoid anti-immunity, this receptor is usually blocked. In order to solve this situation, you need to block this receptor. If we block it, if we put a nozzle on it, so to speak, and this nozzle is our monoclonal antibody, then we block the brakes, and the immune system then cannot brake. It accelerates and accelerates and accelerates, and that means that we actively induce autoimmunity. This is a very interesting approach, and this has shown some usefulness, at least limited usefulness. And a year ago, that monoclonal antibody was registered in the United States of America. It's called Yervoy. And its mechanism of action involves only 4 doses of IV administration of this drug in a 24-week period. And then what does it do for us? Actually, in the largest studies that involved 700 patients, all of those patients had bad prognosis. They had been treated by first-line and second-line chemo, and as we all know that if we treat and we treat unsuccessfully, actually we make prognosis worse every time we treat and treat unsuccessfully. So that's actually a very interesting clinical example of how this medication works. At the first CT film, you see that there are liver metastasis. At the beginning of this treatment and at the end of induction, which is at the end of 12 weeks, progression is evident. However, by week 20, we have a breakthrough, and we see that there is a slowly gaining momentum response. And that response shrinks metastasis, and by week 30, you cannot even see liver metastasis in the liver. So there is a certain time lag for this medication, and we need to use a different evaluation approach as compared to chemo, for example, conventional chemo. And this trial, this study shows that if we use this drug, then risk can be reduced by 30% for our patient if they are treated with this drug. The second type of group of interesting medications or drugs is kinase inhibitors. Kinase inhibitors, they block intracellular signal propagation. This mechanism is very complex. There are receptors on the surface of every cell, including tumor cell, and some of those receptors, they transmit signals to the nucleus, to the cell nucleus. But most receptors use the same transduction mechanism. It's called MAPEC, signal pathway. So what happens during malignization and when all of these complex mechanisms are launched? Then no signal is transmitted through that receptor. So, which means there are no signals for that cell to proliferate. But however, there are some points that get turned on and cannot be turned off, and they ensure unlimited transmission of that signal, proliferation signal. We have two such points, such as BRAF and MET. If you block these points, then you can interrupt that proliferation signal. But these points, BRAF and MET, they are not prevalent in all types of melanomas, and the melanomas in localization can be different. Skin melanoma, uveal melanoma, etc., etc. And
there could be melanomas without chronic sun damage. This is the skin that is burned, which is not adjusted to sun insolation, ultraviolet exposure, so it doesn't have chronic sun damage. As for the acute sun trauma in the form of a sunburn, can result in BRAF mutation. As a result, this explains that this mutation can be found more often in people who are prone to sunburns for some reasons. The mutation, the idea of this mutation is that one amino acid is replaced by another one. That's it. Most often, valine is replaced by glutamate. In 80% of cases, this mutation is coded in codon V60. Valine is replaced by glutamate, and glutamate is coded as letter E. There could be other mutations, but more rare. There are several drugs that block the kinase transmission paths for melanoma, for example. These medications are now analyzed to see whether they will have effect on some other cancers. First, I will focus on the first of these medications. It's already registered, and we have results available on how it works in metastatic cancer patients. There was a New England Journal of Medicine study that shocked everyone with the result of this medication in patients. In 80% of cases, there was some response registered. It's very interesting that in first case, ipilimumab medication works very slowly. Unlike that one, this works right in front of you. The person starts taking the drug, and in 3 or 4 days, the person starts losing the metastatic characteristics. 15 days later, there is practically nothing remaining from the tumor. Obviously, this resulted in the registration of this drug because its effect and effectiveness was mind-blowing. Although the mutation that is blocked by the drug is not found in 100% of patients, nevertheless, it's a valuable result if we help even 50% of patients. The analysis of results that became a motivation for the drug registration in this quite complex graph. In fact, to me, it looks very, very speaking and speaks very loud. Each point represents one patient covered by the study. In the bottom, you see the patients who went through static chemotherapy. In the top graph, you see patients who received this drug. If you look, we have the 0 point, horizontal 0 point. Everything above is the number of patients who did not respond to treatment. In case of chemotherapy, we see that most of the people have no response whatsoever. In this drug, a very small portion of patients who do not respond to treatment, and practically all of the patients in the study in the group of effective response to treatment, unlike chemotherapy group. Naturally, we have to look at the overall effectiveness, full response, stabilization. When we look at the figures, the effectiveness reaches practically 50%. However, these are the data that were received in the course of the study in the first phase of trial. Sometime later, very recently, a new cut was done and it revealed new facts. We often ask the question of survival rate. Does it change somehow? In the group of chemotherapy with the median, when 50% were observed for 10 months, the overall survival rate was almost 10 months. In the group of this drug, the overall survival rate reached 14 months, which in mathematical terms means the overall risk reduction by 30%, i.e. a patient who gets this drug reduces his risk of dying in the course of treatment by 30% compared to alternative treatment group. We also want to achieve zero progression of the disease. The results are even more spectacular. A chemotherapy patient, he lives without progression symptoms for at least only 1.5 months. The other group lives without signs of progression 7 months, which is more than double. We reduce the progression risk by 62% with this new drug. I think this figure is awe-inspiring. If we look at the results of study that in the beginning gave us 48% of response, upon full completion of patients' study and observation for more than a year, we see that effectiveness reached practically 60%. We know how difficult it is to get the full response. In the beginning, full response was observed in 1%. At this phase of analysis of remote results, we observed the response in 6%. I believe the group who continue treatment because they see the effect can be included into this number as well, and it will change, but I think it will become clear only in a year or so. An interesting toxicity profile of this drug. By and large, side effects aren't that serious, aren't that severe, but there is one peculiarity. There is a dermatoid cancer that can develop quite quickly in a patient. You shouldn't be afraid of. These are just skin problems that could be removed without big surgery. That's epidermal carcinoma. But this is the toxicity profile. In general, the effectiveness profile is evidence-based. And evidence shows that for the first time in history of melanoma treatment, the evident success was achieved. And I would like to emphasize once again that these kinase inhibitors are used widely in other metastatic diseases as well. I'm sure that at the next Congress of Oncologists we will have more knowledge, and drugs will be registered not only for one disease but for new diseases as well. Nevertheless, in any case, we see a new approach which is called today personalized therapy. The idea behind this approach is not to give everyone costly medications. Yes, they are expensive, but if we give such expensive drugs only to those who can have the positive response and positive effect, the model of medicine in our part of the world will change, and it will be only logical. In conclusion, I would like to say that in Russia, this drug is going for registration. We conducted a large study as well, which is not comparable with the study I've demonstrated to you. The purpose of this study is pre-registration, but the effectiveness results are fully identical to results obtained in the course of large-scale cooperative studies. Thank you for your attention. I hope I used only my time and I met the schedule. Thank you. I think, dear colleagues, we can all agree that we had very interesting presentations and amazing speakers. The official part of the first day was very effective. The unofficial or informal part started at 7 p.m. We will